who had studied the art of war amidst the groves of the academy, won the voice. Multitude should prefer their inclinations to their duty, or if the general of a victorious army should be tempted. Conduct had secured the victory, and the captive king of the barbarians was presented to him on the field of battle, from which he was at that time distant above 40 days' journey too. So extravagant a fable was incapable, however, of deceiving the public credulity, or even of satisfying the pride of the emperor himself, secretly conscious that the applause and favor of the Romans accompanied the rising fortunes of Julian. His discontented mind was prepared to receive the subtle poison of those artful sycophants who colored their mischievous designs with the fairest appearances of truth. And Cando 3, instead of depreciating the merits of Julian, they acknowledged and even exaggerated his popular fame, superior talents, and important services. But they darkly insinuated that the virtues of the Caesar might instantly be converted into the most dangerous crimes if the inconstant appellation of fear, the sentiments of hatred and envy, which he had secretly conceived for the inimitable virtues of Julian, from his allegiance by the hopes of revenge and independent greatness. The personal fears of Constantius were interpreted by his council as fears and envy of Constantius, a laudable anxiety for the public safety, whilst in private, and perhaps in his own breast, he disguised under the less odious Caesar, to recall those faithful troops who guarded his person and dignity, and to employ in a distant war against the Persian monarch the hardy veterans who had vanquished on the banks of the Rhine the fiercest nations of Germany, while Julian used the laborious hours of his winter quarters at that 4 entire legions, the Celta and Petulants, the Heruli and the Batavians, should be separated from the standard of Julian, under which they had acquired their fame and discipline, that in each of the remaining bands 300 of the bravest youths should be. Cain, may your literal goddess slay that shadow realm. The apparent tranquility of Gaul, and that the legions of Gaul are ordered to march into the east, d. 360, April. Imminent danger of the eastern provinces offered a specious pretense for the design which was artfully concerted by the imperial ministers. They resolved to disarm Paris in the administration of power which in his hands was the exercise of virtue. He was surprised by the hasty arrival of a tribune and a notary with positive orders from the emperor, which they were directed to execute, and he was commanded not to oppose. Constantius signified his pleasure. Laborious march the Persian arose, and the burning deserts selected, and that this numerous detachment, the strength of the Gallic army, should instantly begin their march and exert their utmost diligence to arrive before the opening of the campaign on the frontiers of Persia. For the Caesar foresaw and lamented the consequences of this fatal mandate. Big Pogs Sophie Fifu bringing that tide the energy to the Chad Dafe. The Republic. But those mercenary troops heard with cold indifference the antiquated names of the Republic and of Rome, attached either from birth or long habit to the climate and manners of Gaul. They loved and admired Julian. They despised and perhaps hated the emperor. They dreaded the most of the auxiliaries who engaged their voluntary service had stipulated that they should never be obliged to pass the Alps. The public faith of Rome and the personal honor of Julian had been pledged for the observance of this condition. Such an act of treachery and oppression would destroy the confidence and excite the resentment of the independent warriors of Germany, who considered truth as the noblest of their virtues and freedom as the most valuable of their possessions. The legionaries who enjoyed the title and privileges of Romans were enlisted for the general defense of Enjoy the lark, babe, newbies, grab a seat, it's gonna be a wild ride. Of Asia, they claimed as their own the country which they had saved, and excused their want of spirit by pleading the sacred and more immediate duty of protecting their families and friends. The apprehensions of the Gauls were derived from the knowledge of the impending and inevitable danger. As the perplexity of Julian, he could no longer apply to the faithful counsels of Sallust, who had been removed from his office by the judicious mulies of the eunuchs. He could not even enforce his representations by the concurrence of the ministers, who would have been afraid or ashamed. Soon as the provinces were exhausted of their military strength, the Germans would violate a treaty which had been imposed on their fears, and notwithstanding the abilities and valor of Julian, the general of a nominal army, to whom the public calamities would be imputed, must find himself, after it, and a declaration of war, the inexorable jealousy of the emperor, the peremptory and perhaps insidious nature of his commands, left not any room for a fair apology or candid interpretation, and the dependent station of the Caesar scarcely allowed him to pause or to deliberate. Solitude increased. Glad you enjoyed the vibes, fam. Stay lit and keep it spicy. Catch you later, sweetie. Don't forget to smash that follow button. Vain resistance, either a prisoner in the camp of the barbarians or a criminal in the palace of Constantius. If Julian complied with the orders which he had received, he subscribed his own destruction and that of a people who deserved his affection. But a positive refusal was an act of rebellion. Expressed in the most serious terms his wish and even his intention of resigning the purple which he could not preserve with honor, but which he could not abdicate with safety. To approve the ruin of Gaul, the moment had been chosen when Lupicinus V, the general of the cavalry, was dispatched into Britain to repulse the inroads of the Scots and Picts, and Florentis was occupied at Vienna by the assessment of the tribute. The latter, a crafty and corrupt statesman, by the rude and importunate solicitations of the imperial messengers, who presumed to suggest that if he expected the return of his ministers, he would charge himself with the guilt of the delay and reserve for them the merit of the execution. Unable to resist, unwilling to comply, Julian, declining to assume a responsible part on this dangerous occasion, eluded the pressing and repeated invitations of Julian, who represented to him that in every important measure, the presence of the prefect was indispensable in the council of the prince. In the meanwhile, the Caesar was oppressed. After a painful conflict, Julian was compelled their discontents to acknowledge that obedience was the virtue of the most eminent subject, and that the sovereign cash flow like an ape's main pride epoch. Most daring acts of sedition, and by the connivance of their tribunes a seasonable libel was secretly dispersed, which painted alone was entitled to judge of the public welfare. he issued the necessary orders for carrying into execution the commands of Constantius. A part of the troops began their march for the Alps, and the detachments from the several garrisons moved towards their respective places of assembly. They advanced with difficulty through the trembling and affrighted crowds of provincials who attempted to excite their pity by silent despair or loud lamentations, while the wives of the soldiers holding their infants in their arms accused the desertion of their husbands in the mixed language of grief, of tenderness, and of indignation. This scene of general distress afflicted the humanity of the Caesar. He granted a sufficient number of post wagons to transport the wives and families of the soldiers' sick, endeavored to alleviate the hardships which he was constrained to inflict, and increased by the most laudable arts his own popularity and the discontent of the exiled troops. The grief of an armed multitude is soon converted into rage. Their licentious murmurs, which every hour were communicated from tent to tent with more boldness and effect, prepared their minds for the imprudently rejected the honest and judicious advice of Julian, who proposed that they should not march through Paris, and suggested the danger and temptation of a last interview. In lively colors, the disgrace of the Caesar, the oppression of the Gallic army, and the feeble vices of the tyrant of Asia. The servants of Constantius were astonished and alarmed by the progress of this dangerous spirit. They pressed the Caesar to hasten the departure of the troops, but their quarters, the principal officers, were entertained by the Caesar, who professed in the warmest language of friendship. As soon as the approach of the troops was they proclaimed Julian emperor. Announced, the Caesar went out to meet them, and ascended his tribunal, which had been erected in a plain before the gates of the city. After distinguishing the officers and soldiers who by their rank or merit deserved a peculiar attention, Julian addressed himself in a studied oration to the surrounding multitude. He celebrated their exploits with grateful applause, encouraged them to accept with alacrity the honor of serving under the eyes of a powerful and liberal monarch, and admonished them that the commands of Augustus required an instant and cheerful obedience. The soldiers, who were apprehensive of offending their general by an indecent clamor, or of belying their sentiments by false and venal acclamations, maintained an obstinate silence, and, after a short pause, were dismissed too. In licentious festivity, at the hour of midnight, the impetuous multitude with swords and bowls and torches in their hands rushed into the suburbs, encompassed the palace 7, and his desire and his inability to reward according to their deserts the brave companions of his victories, they retired from the feast full of grief and perplexity, and lamented the hardship of their fate, which tore them from their beloved general and their native country. The only expedient which could prevent their separation was boldly agitated and approved. The popular resentment was insensibly molded into a regular conspiracy. Their just reasons of complaint were heightened by passion, and their passions were inflamed by wine, as on the eve of their departure, the troops were indulged. Caesar sustained. Careless of future dangers, pronounced the fatal and irrevocable words. Julian Augustus, the prince, whose anxious suspense was interrupted by their disorderly acclamations, secured the doors against their intrusion, and as long as it was in his power, secluded his person and dignity from them. Enjoy that breakfast, big boy, don't spill your OJ or I'll have to lick it up. Mercy, and sometimes expressed his indignation, conjured them not to fully the fame of their immortal victories, and ventured to promise that if they would immediately return to their allegiance, he would undertake to obtain from the emperor not only a free and gracious pardon, but even the revocation of the orders which had excited their resentment. But the soldiers, who were conscious of their guilt, chose rather to depend on the gratitude of Julian than on the clemency of the emperor. Their zeal was insensibly turned into impatience, and their impatience into rage. The inflexible accidents of a nocturnal tumult. At the dawn of day, the soldiers, whose zeal was irritated by opposition, forcibly entered the palace, seized with respectful violence the object of their choice, guarded Julian with drawn swords through the streets of Paris, placed him on the tribunal, and with repeated shouts saluted him as their emperor. Prudence, as well as loyalty, inculcated the propriety of resisting their treasonable designs, and of preparing for his oppressed virtue the excuse of violence. Addressing himself by turns to the multitude and to individuals, he sometimes implored till the third hour of the day, their prayers, their reproaches, and their menaces, nor did he yield till he had been repeatedly assured that if he wished to live, he must consent to reign. He was exalted on a shield in the presence and amidst the unanimous acclamations of the troops, a rich military collar, which was offered by chance, supplied the want of a diadem. The ceremony was concluded by the promise of a moderate donative 9, and the new emperor, overwhelmed with real or affected grief, retired into the most secret recesses of his apartment 10. The grief of Julian could proceed only from his innocence, but his innocence must appear his protestations of innocence, extremely doubtful 11, in the eyes of those who have learned to suspect the motives and the professions. The gods might prompt him to desire, to solicit, and even to hasten the auspicious moment of his reign, which was predestined to restore the ancient religion of "Only if you're chillin' with me, babe." Of princes, his lively and active mind was susceptible of the various impressions of hope and fear, of gratitude and revenge, of duty and of ambition, of the love of fame and of the fear of reproach, but it is impossible for us to calculate the respective weight and operation of these sentiments, or try to conceal a deep design under the appearances of chance. He must have employed the most consummate artifice without necessity, and probably without success. He solemnly declares in the presence of Jupiter, of the Sun, of Mars, of Minerva, and of all the other deities that, till the close of, to ascertain the principles of action which might escape the observation, while they guided, or rather impelled, the steps of Julian himself, the discontent of the troops was produced by the malice of his enemies. Their tumult was the natural effect of interest and of passion, and if Julian had, the evening which preceded his elevation, he was utterly ignorant of the designs of the soldiers 12, and it may seem ungenerous to distrust the honor of a hero and the truth of a philosopher. Yet the superstitious confidence that Constantius was the enemy and that he himself was the favorite of inquiry, whenever the spirit of fanaticism, at once so credulous and so crafty, has insinuated itself into a noble mind, it insensibly corrodes the vital principles of virtue and veracity. Mankind, when Julian had received the intelligence of the conspiracy, he resigned himself to a short slumber, and afterwards related to his friends that he had seen the genius of the empire waiting with some impatience at his door, pressing for admittance and reproaching his want of spirit and ambition. 13. Astonished and perplexed, he addressed his prayers to the great Jupiter, who immediately signified, by a clear and manifest omen, that he should submit to the will of heaven and of the army, the conduct which disclaims the ordinary maxims of reason, excites our suspicion and eludes our. He was firmly resolved to to moderate the zeal of his party, to protect his embassy to Constantus, the persons of his enemies. 14. To defeat and to despise the secret enterprises which were formed against his life and dignity, were the cares which employed the first days of the reign of the new emperor. Although this epistle is inscribed with the modest appellation of Caesar, but Julian solicits in a peremptory, though respectful, station which he had assumed. He was still desirous of saving his country from the calamities of civil war, of declining the contest with the superior forces of Constantus, and of preserving his own character from the reproach of perfidy and ingratitude, adorned with the ensigns of military impetuosity. Nor did he dismiss the assembly till he had obtained a solemn promise from the troops that if the Emperor of the East would subscribe an equitable treaty, they would renounce any views of conquest and satisfy themselves with the tranquil possession of the Gallic provinces. On this imperial pomp, Julian shewed himself in the field of Mars to the soldiers, who glowed with ardent enthusiasm in the cause of their pupil, their leader, and their friend. He recapitulated their victories, lamented their sufferings, applauded their resolution, animated their hopes, and checked their foundation. He composed in his own name, and in that of the army, a specious and moderate epistle. 15. Which was delivered to Pentadius, his master of the offices, and to his chamberlain Euthyrus, 2 ambassadors whom he appointed to receive the answer and observe the dispositions of Constantius. Merit by manner, the confirmation of the title of Augustus. He acknowledges the irregularity of his own election, while he justifies in some measure the resentment and violence of the troops which had extorted his reluctant consent. He allows the supremacy of his brother Constantus and engages to send Prince, who despised the intrigues of the palace and the clamors of the soldiers. 16. Him an annual present of Spanish horses, to recruit his army with a select number of barbarian youths, and to accept from his choice a praetorian prefect of approved discretion and fidelity. But he reserves for himself the nomination of his other civil and military officers, with the troops, revenue, and the sovereignty of the provinces beyond the Alps. He admonishes the emperor to consult the dictates of justice, to distrust the arts of those venal flatterers who subsist only by the discord of princes, and to embrace the offer of a fair and honorable treaty, equally advantageous to people rejoiced in a revolution which was not stained even with the blood of the guilty. Florentus was a fugitive, Lupicinus a prisoner. The persons who were disaffected to the new government were disarmed and secured, and the vacant offices were distributed according to the recommendation of the Republic and to the House of Constantine. In this negotiation, Julian claimed no more than he already possessed. The delegated authority which he had long exercised over the provinces of Gaul, Spain, and Britain was still obeyed under a name more independent and august, the soldiers and The negotiations of peace were accompanied his fourth and fifth expeditions beyond the Rhine, d. 360-361, and supported by the most vigorous preparations for war. The army, which Julian held in readiness for immediate action, was recruited and augmented by the disorders of the times. The cruel persecution of the faction of Magnatus had filled Gaul with numerous bands of outlaws and robbers. They cheerfully accepted the offer of a general pardon from a prince whom they could trust, submitted to the restraints of military discipline, and retained only their implacable hatred to the person and government of Constantius 17. As soon as the season of the year permitted Julian to take the field, he appeared at the head of his legions, through a bridge over the Rhine in the neighborhood of Cleves, and prepared to chastise the perfidy of the Auturi, a tribe of Franks who presumed that they might ravage with impunity the frontiers of a divided empire. The difficulty, as well as glory, of this enterprise consisted in a laborious march, and Julian had conquered as soon as he could penetrate into a country which former princes had considered as inaccessible. After he had given peace to the barbarians, the emperor carefully visited the fortifications along the Rhine from Cleves to Basel, surveyed with peculiar attention the territories which he had recovered from the hands of the Alemanni, passed through Bisunan, 18, which had severely suffered from their fury, and fixed his headquarters at Vienna for the ensuing winter. The barrier of Gaul was improved and strengthened with additional fortifications, and Julian entertained some hopes that the Germans, whom he had so often vanquished, might, in his of Julian condescended to surprise the prince of the Alemanni by his own arts, and Vladimir, who, in the character of a friend, had incautiously accepted an invitation from the Roman governors, was seized in the midst of the entertainment, and sent away prisoner into the heart of Spain. Absence, be restrained by the terror of his name. Vladimir 19 was the only prince of the Alemanni whom he esteemed or feared, and while the subtle barbarian affected to observe the faith of treaties, the progress of his arms threatened the state with an unseasonable and dangerous war. The policy. Before the barbarians were recovered from their amazement, the emperor appeared in arms on the banks of the Rhine, and once more crossing the river, renewed the deep impressions of terror and respect which had been already made by 4 preceding expeditions. 20. The ambassadors of Julian had been instructed fruitless treaty and declaration of war, d. 361, to execute with the utmost diligence their important commission, but in their passage through Italy and Illyricum, they were detained by the tedious and affected delays of the provincial. The brother and the husband of Helena was recently dissolved by the death of that princess, whose pregnancy had been several times fruitless and was at last fatal to herself. 21. The Empress Eusebius. Julian, and of the Gallic army, the letters were heard with impatience, the trembling messengers were dismissed with indignation and contempt, and the looks, the gestures, the furious language of the monarch expressed the disorder of his soul, the domestic connection, which might have reconciled. Governors, they were conducted by slow journeys from Constantinople to Caesarea in Cappadocia, and when at length they were admitted to the presence of Constantius, they found that he had already conceived from the dispatches of his own officers the most unfavorable opinion of the conduct of 1,000 miles between, had preserved to the last moment of her life the warm and even jealous affection which she had conceived for Julian, and her mild influence might have moderated the resentment of a prince who, since her death, was abandoned to his own passions and to the arts of his eunuchs. But the terror of appointed by the imperial court, and that he should trust his safety to the assurances of pardon, which were announced by Epictetus, a Gallic bishop and one of the Arian favorites of Constantius. Several months were ineffectually consumed in a treaty which was negotiated at the distance of 3. Foreign invasion obliged him to suspend the punishment of a private enemy. He continued his march towards the confines of Persia and thought it sufficient to signify the conditions which might entitle Julian and his guilty followers to the clemency of their offended sovereign. He required that the presumptuous Caesar should expressly renounce the appellation and rank of Augustus, which he had accepted from the rebels, that he should descend to his former station of a limited and dependent minister, that he should vest the powers of the state and army in the hands of those officers who were. The haughty epistle of Constantius was read to the attentive multitude, and Julian protested with the most flattering deference that he was ready to resign the title of Augustus if he could obtain the consent of those whom he acknowledged as the authors of his elevation. The saint proposal was caused by indulging his passions. Does the assassin of my family reproach me that I was left an orphan? He urges me to revenge those injuries which I have long studied to forget. The assembly was dismissed, and Leonas, who with some difficulty had been read, in which the emperor arraigned the ingratitude of Julian, whom he had invested with the honors of the purple, whom he had educated with so much care and tenderness, whom he had preserved in his infancy when he was left a helpless orphan. An orphan, interrupted Julian, who justified his impetuously silenced, and the acclamations of Julian Augustus continued to reign by the authority of the army of the people of the Republic which you have saved, thundered at once from every part of the field, and terrified the pale ambassador of Constantius. A part of the letter was afterwards Paris and Antioch, and as soon as Julian perceived that his moderate and respectful behavior served only to irritate the pride of an implacable adversary, he boldly resolved to commit his life and fortune to the chance of a civil war. He gave a public and military audience to the quaestor Leonas. As the friendship of Constantius, 23, protected from the popular fury, was sent back to his master with an epistle in which Julian expressed in a strain of the most vehement eloquence the sentiments of contempt, of hatred, and of resentment which had been suppressed and embittered by the dissimulation of 20 years. After this message, which might be considered as a signal of irreconcilable war, Julian, who some weeks before had celebrated the Tristian festival of the Epiphany, 22, made a public declaration that he committed the care of his safety to the immortal gods, and thus publicly renounced the religion as well. The situation of Julian required a vigorous Julian prepares to attack Constantius, and immediate resolution. he had discovered from intercepted letters that his adversary sacrificing the interest of the state to that of the and the same troops which had taken up arms against Constantius when he summoned them to leave Gaul, now declared with the soldiers, inspired them with a just confidence in their general and in themselves, and exhorted them to maintain their reputation of being terrible to the enemy, moderate to their fellow citizens, and obedient to their officers. His spirited discourse was received with the loudest acclamations, each of which consisted of 600,000 quarters of wheat, or rather flour. 24 was a threatening evidence of the strength and numbers of the enemy who prepared to surround him. But the imperial legions were still in their distant quarters of Asia. The Danube was feebly guarded, and if monarch had again excited the barbarians to invade the provinces of the west, the position of two magazines, one of them collected on the banks of the Lake of Constance, the other formed at the foot of the Cauchan Alps, seemed to indicate the march of two armies, and the size of those magazines Julian could occupy, by a sudden incursion, the important provinces of Illyricum. He might expect that a people of soldiers would resort to his standard, and that the rich mines of gold and silver would contribute to the expenses of the civil war. He proposed this bold enterprise to the assembly of intolerable oppression of taxes, enjoyed the mild and equitable administration of the friend of Julian, who was permitted to practice those celebrated as the deliverer of Gaul and the conqueror of the Germans. 25. This solemn engagement, which seemed to be dictated by affection rather than by duty, was singly opposed by Nebridius, who had been admitted to the office of Praetorian Prefect. That faithful minister, alone and unassisted, asserted the rights of Constantius in the midst of an armed and angry multitude, to whose fury he had almost fallen an honorable but useless sacrifice. After losing one of his hands by the stroke of a sword, he embraced the knees of the prince whom he had offended. Julian covered the prefect with his imperial mantle, and protecting him from the zeal of his followers, dismissed him to his own house, with less respect than was perhaps due to the virtue of an enemy. 26. The high office of Nebridius was bestowed on Sallust and the provinces of Gaul, which were now delivered from the alacrity that they would follow Julian to the farthest extremities of Europe or Asia. The oath of fidelity was administered, and the soldiers, clashing their shields and pointing their drawn swords to their throats, devoted themselves with horrid imprecations to the service of a leader whom they virtues which he had instilled into the mind of his pupil. 27. The hopes of Julian depended much less on his march from the Rhine into Illyricum, the number of his troops, than on the celerity of his motions. In the execution of a daring enterprise, he availed himself of every precaution, as far as prudence could suggest, and where prudence could know. Rhaetia and Noricum, a similar division of troops under the orders of Jovis and Jovinus, prepared to follow the oblique course of the highways through the Alps and the northern confines of Italy. The instructions to the generals were conceived with energy and precision to hasten their march in close and compact columns, which, according to the disposition of the ground, might readily be changed into any order of battle, to secure themselves against the surprises of the night by strong posts and vigilant guards, to prevent resistance by their unexpected arrival, to elude longer accompany his steps. He trusted the event to valor and to fortune. In the neighborhood of Basel he assembled and divided his army 28. One body, which consisted of 10,000 men, was directed under the command of Novita, general of the cavalry, to advance through the midland parts of emerged between Ratisbon and Vienna at the place where he designed to embark his troops on the Danube. By a well-concerted stratagem, he seized a fleet. Examination by their sudden departure to spread the opinion of their strength and the terror of his name, and to join their sovereign under the walls of Sirmium. For himself, Julian had reserved a more difficult and extraordinary part. He selected 3,000 brave and active volunteers, resolved, like their leader, to cast behind them every hope of a retreat. At the head of this faithful band, he fearlessly plunged into the recesses of the Marchian, or Black Forest, which conceals the sources of the Danube 29. And for many days, the fate of Julian was unknown to the world. The secrecy of his march, his diligence and vigor, surmounted every obstacle. He forced his way over mountains and morasses, occupied the bridges or swam the rivers, pursued his direct course 30, without reflecting whether he traversed the territory of the Romans or of the barbarians, and at length advanced with more acclamations of the army and people who, crown of light brigantines 31, as it lay at anchor, secured a supply of coarse provisions sufficient to satisfy the indelicate but voracious appetite of a Gallic army, and boldly committed himself to the stream of the Danube. The labors of his mariners, who plied their oars with incessant diligence, without indulging the temptation of signalizing an useless and ill-timed valor. The banks of the Danube were crowded on either side with spectators who gazed on the military pomp, anticipated the importance of the event, and diffused through the adjacent country the same of a young hero who, and the steady continuance of a favorable wind, carried his fleet above 700 miles in 11 days 32, and he had already disembarked his troops at Bononia, only 19 miles from Sirmium, before his enemies could receive any certain intelligence that he had left the banks of the Rhine. In the course of this long and rapid navigation, the mind of Julian was fixed on the object of his enterprise, and though he accepted the deputation of some cities which hastened to claim the merit of an early submission, he passed before the hostile stations, which were placed along the river, to the presence of Julian, who kindly raised him from the ground, and dispelled the terror and amazement which seemed to stupefy his faculties. But Lucilian had no sooner recovered his spirits than he betrayed his want of discretion, by presuming to admonish his conqueror that he had rashly. Success alone could justify his attempt, and that boldness only could commend success. He instantly advanced at the head of 3,000 soldiers to attack the strongest and most populous city of the Illyrian provinces. As he entered the long suburb of Sirmium, he was received by the joyful, then mortal speed at the head of the innumerable forces of the West. Lucilian, who, with the rank of general of the cavalry, commanded the military powers of Illyricum, was alarmed and perplexed by the doubtful reports which he could neither reject nor believe. He had taken some slow and irresolute ventured with a handful of men to expose his person in the midst of his enemies. Reserve for your master Constantius these timid remonstrances, replied Julian, with a smile of contempt when I gave you my purple to kiss, I received you not as a counselor, but as a suppliant, conscious that measures for the purpose of collecting his troops when he was surprised by Dagalevus, an active officer whom Julian, as soon as he landed at Bamona, had pushed forwards with some light infantry. The captive general, uncertain of his life or death, was hastily thrown upon a horse and conducted. Brave Nevita, who, as well as the generals of the Italian division, successfully executed the plan of the Marchand Junction, which their master had so ably conceived 34. With flowers and holding lighted tapers in their hands, conducted their acknowledged sovereign to his imperial residence. 2 days were devoted to the public joy, which was celebrated by the games of the circus, but early on the morning of the 3rd day, Julian marched to occupy the narrow pass of Suxai in the defiles of Mount Haemus, which, almost in the midway between Sirmium and Constantinople, separates the provinces of Thrace and Dacia by an abrupt descent towards the former and a gentle declivity on the side of the latter. 33. The defense of this important post was entrusted to the vain honors of the consulship, and as those magistrates had retired, the homage which Julian obtained from the he justifies his cause, fears or the inclination of the people extended far beyond the immediate effect of his arms. 35. The prefectures of Italy and Illyricum were administered by Taurus and Florentus, who united that important office with precipitation to the court of Asia. Julian, who could not always restrain the levity of his temper, stigmatized their flight by adding, in all the acts of the year, the epithet of fugitive to the names of the 2 consuls, the provinces which had been deserted by their first magistrates. The reproach of ingratitude aspired to maintain, by argument as well as by arms, the superior merits of his cause, and to excel not only in the arts of war, but in those of composition. His epistle to the Senate and people of Athens 37 seems to have been principal cities of the empire, a labored apology for his own conduct, published the secret dispatches of Constantius, and solicited the judgment of mankind between 2 competitors, the one of whom had expelled and the other had invited the barbarians. 36. Julian, whose mind was deeply wounded by, acknowledged the authority of an emperor who, consolating the qualities of a soldier with those of a philosopher, was equally admired in the camps of the Danube and in the cities of Greece. From his palace, or, more properly, from his headquarters of Sirmium and Nasus, he distributed to the voice his oblique censure of the innovations of Constantine, and his passionate invective against the vices of Constantius were heard with less satisfaction, and the Senate, as if Julian had been present, unanimously exclaimed, "Respect, we beseech you, the author of your own fortune." 38. An artful expression which, according to the chance of war, might be differently explained as a manly reproof of the ingratitude of the usurper, or as a flattering confession that a single act of such benefit to the state ought to atone for all the failings of Constantius, dictated by an elegant enthusiasm which prompted him to submit his actions and his motives to the degenerate Athenians of his own times with the same humble difference as if he had been pleading in the days of Aristides, before the tribunal of the Areopagus, his application to the Senate of Rome. which was still permitted to bestow the titles of imperial power, was agreeable to the forms of the expiring republic. An assembly was summoned by Tertullus, prefect of the city. The epistle of Julian was read, and as he appeared to be master of Italy, his claims were admitted without a dissenting, which had been prepared against Satan, were appropriated to the service of the civil war and the domestic. The intelligence of the march and rapid progress of Julian was speedily transmitted to his rival, who, by the retreat of Sibur, had obtained hostile preparations some respite from the Persian war. Disguising the anguish of his soul under the semblance of contempt, Constantius professed his intention, ventured to assure them that if the mutineers of Gaul presumed to meet them in the field, they would be unable to sustain the fire of their eyes and the irresistible weight of their shout of onset. The speech of the emperor was received with military applause, and Theodotus, the president of the Council of Hierapolis, requested with tears of adulation that his city might be adorned with the head of the vanquished rebel 40. A chosen detachment was dispatched away in post wagons to secure, if it were yet possible, the pass of Success, the recruits, the horses, the arms, and the magazines, of returning into Europe and of giving chase to Julian, for he never spoke of this military expedition in any other light than that of a hunting party. 39. In the camp of Hierapolis in Syria, he communicated this design to his army, slightly mentioned the guilt and rashness of the Caesar, and threatened the retreat of Julian if he should be forced to yield to the superior numbers of the armies of the East. 41. Siege of Aquileia was formed with diligence and prosecuted with vigor, but the legionaries, who seemed to have rejected the yoke of discipline, conducted the defense of the place with skill and perseverance, invited the rest of Italy to imitate the example of their courage and loyalty, and victories of Constantius inspired his partisans with the most sanguine assurances of success. The notary Gaudentus had occupied in his name the provinces of Africa. The subsistence of Rome was intercepted, and the distress of Julian was increased by an unexpected event, which might have been the exposed state of the Gallic frontier. To dismiss them from the most important scene of action, they advanced with reluctance as far as the confines of Italy. But as they dreaded the length of the way and the savage fierceness of the Germans, they resolved, by the instigation of one of their tribunes, to halt at Aquileia and to erect the banners of Constantius on the walls of that impregnable city. The vigilance of Julian perceived at once the extent of the mischief and the necessity of applying an immediate remedy. By his order, Jovinus led back a part of the army into Italy, and productive of fatal consequences. Julian had received the submission of 2 legions and a cohort of archers who were stationed at Sirmium, but he suspected, with reason, the fidelity of those troops which had been distinguished by the emperor, and it was thought expedient, under the pretense of war. The approach of winter could not detain the monarch at Antioch, and his favorites durst not oppose his impatient desire of revenge. A slight fever, which was perhaps occasioned by the agitation of his spirits, was increased by the fatigues of the journey, and Constantius was obliged to halt at. But the humanity of Julian was preserved from the cruel alternative which he pathetically laments, and death of Constantius, d. 361. no 3 of destroying or of being himself destroyed, and the seasonable death of Constantius delivered the Roman Empire from the calamities of civil. The little town of Mopsocrin, 12 miles beyond Tarsus, where he expired after a short illness in the 45th year of his age and the 24th of his reign 42, his genuine character, which was composed of pride and weakness, of superstition and cruelty, has been fully displayed in Heracles. And then, the preceding narrative of civil and ecclesiastical events. The long abuse of power rendered him a considerable object in the eyes of his contemporaries, but his personal merit can alone deserve the notice of posterity. The last of the sons of Constantine may be dismissed from the world with the Constantus, 44, as soon as the discord, and 2 officers of rank were instantly dispatched to assure Julian that every sword in the empire would be drawn for his service. The military designs of that prince, who had formed 3 different attacks against Thrace, were prevented by this fortunate event. Without shedding the blood of his fellow citizens, he escaped the dangers of a doubtful conflict and acquired the advantages of a complete victory. Impatient to visit the place of his birth and the new capital of the empire, he advanced from Naissus through the mountains of Hermus and the cities of Thrace. When he reached his last moments over the harsher passions of hatred and revenge, Eusebius and his guilty associates made a faint attempt to prolong the reign of the eunuchs by the election of another emperor, but their intrigues were rejected with disdain by an army which now abhorred the thought of civil. Remark that he inherited the defects without the abilities of his father. Before Constantius expired, he is said to have named Julian for his successor, nor does it seem improbable that his anxious concern for the fate of a young and tender wife whom he left with child may have prevailed in Apostles where the body was deposited, and if these marks of respect may be interpreted as a selfish tribute to the birth and dignity of his imperial kinsman, the tears of Julian professed to the world that he had forgot the injuries and remembered only the obligations which he had received from, perhaps disappointed when they beheld the small stature and simple garb of a hero whose unexperienced youth had vanquished the barbarians of Germany, and who had now traversed in a successful career the whole continent of Europe from the shores of the Atlantic to those of the Bosphorus. 43. A few days afterwards, when the remains of the deceased emperor were landed in the harbor, the subjects of Julian applauded the real or affected humanity of their sovereign. On foot, without his diadem, and clothed in a mourning habit, he accompanied the funeral as far as the Church of the Holy. Distance of 60 miles, all Constantinople was poured forth to receive him, and he made his triumphal entry amidst the dutiful acclamations. Julian enters Constantinople. Deck 11. Of the soldiers, the people, and the Senate, an innumerable multitude pressed around him with eager respect, and were the undisputed possession of the Roman Empire. 45. Legions of Aquileia were assured of the death of the emperor. They opened the gates of the city, and by the sacrifice of their guilty leaders obtained an easy pardon from the prudence or lenity of Julian, who, in the 32nd year of his son, is acknowledged by the whole empire. Age acquired. Julian recollected with terror the observation of his master Plato. 47. that the government of our flocks and herds is always. Philosophy had instructed Julian to compare his civil government and private life, the advantages of action and retirement, but the elevation of his birth and the accidents of his life never allowed him the freedom of choice. He might perhaps sincerely have preferred the groves of the Academy and the Society of Athens, but he was constrained at first by the will and afterwards by the injustice of Constantius to expose his person and fame to the dangers of imperial greatness, and to make himself accountable to the world and to posterity for the happiness of millions. 46. That his light and sparing diet, which was usually committed to beings of a superior species, and that the conduct of nations requires and deserves the celestial powers of the gods or of the genii. From this principle he justly concluded that the man who presumes to reign should aspire to the perfection of the divine nature, that he should purify, consented to relieve him from the weight of the diadem, had they been obliged to submit their time and their actions to the rigorous laws which their philosophic emperor imposed on himself. One of his most intimate friends, 49, who had often shared the frugal simplicity of his table, has remarked, his soul from her mortal and terrestrial part, that he should extinguish his appetites, enlighten his understanding, regulate his passions, and subdue the wild beast, which, according to the lively metaphor of Aristotle, 48, seldom fails to ascend the throne of a despot. The throne of Julian, which the death of Constantius fixed on an independent basis, was the seat of reason, of virtue, and perhaps of vanity. He despised the honors, renounced the pleasures, and discharged with incessant diligence the duties of his exalted station, and there were a few among his subjects who would have the vegetable kind left his mind and body always free and active for the various and important business of an author, a pontiff, a magistrate, a general, and a prince. In one and the same day he gave audience to several ambassadors and wrote or dictated a great number of letters to his. His sleep was never clouded by the fumes of indigestion, and, except in the short interval of a marriage which was the effect of policy rather than love, the chaste Julian never shared his bed with a female companion. 50. He was soon awakened by the flew with agility from one labor to another, and, after a hasty dinner, retired into his library, till the public business, which he had appointed for the evening, summoned him to interrupt the prosecution of his studies. The supper of the emperor was still less substantial than the former meal. Generals, his civil magistrates, his private friends, and the different cities of his dominions. He listened to the memorials which had been received, considered the subject of the petitions, and signified his intentions more rapidly than they could be taken in shorthand by the diligence of his secretaries. He possessed such flexibility of thought and such firmness of attention that he could employ his hand to write, his ear to listen, and his voice to dictate, and pursue at once several trains of ideas without hesitation and without error, while his ministers reposed. The prince, who considered every moment entrance of fresh secretaries who had slept the preceding day, and his servants were obliged to wait alternately, while their indefatigable master allowed himself scarcely any other refreshment than the change of occupations. The predecessors of Julian, his uncle, his brother, and his cousin, indulged their puerile taste for the games of the circus under the specious pretense of complying with the inclinations of the people, and they frequently remained the greatest part of the day as idle spectators and as a part of the splendid spectacle, till the ordinary round of 24 races. 51 was completely finished. On solemn festivals, Julian, who felt and professed an unfashionable dislike to these frivolous amusements, condescended to appear in the circus, and after bestowing a careless glance on 5 or 6 of the races, he hastily withdrew with the impatience of a philosopher. Application as well as of the genius of the emperor, the Misopogon, the Caesars, several of his orations, and his elaborate work against the Christian religion were composed in the long nights of the 2 winters, the former of which he passed at Constantinople and the latter at Antioch. As lost that was not devoted to the advantage of the public or the improvement of his own mind. 52. By this avarice of time, he seemed to protract the short duration of his reign, and if the dates were less securely ascertained, we should refuse to believe that only 16 months elapsed between the death of Constantius and the departure December AD 361, March AD 363 of his successor for the Persian War. The actions of Julian can only be preserved by the care of the historian, but the portion of his voluminous writings, which is still extant, remains as a monument of the immediately presented himself. "It is a barber," exclaimed the prince. The reformation of the imperial court was reformation of the palace, one of the first and most necessary acts of the government of Julian. 53. Soon after his entrance into the palace of Constantinople, he had occasion for the service of a barber, an officer magnificently dressed. Taste: birds of the most distant climates, fish from the most remote seas, fruits out of their natural season, winter roses and summer snows. 56. The domestic crowd of the palace, with affected surprise that I want and not a receiver general of the finances. 54. He questioned the man concerning the profits of his employment, and was informed that besides a large salary and some valuable perquisites, he enjoyed a daily allowance for 20 servants and as many horses, 1,000 barbers, 1,000 cupbearers, 1,000 cooks, were distributed in the several offices of luxury, and the number of eunuchs could be compared only with the insects of a summer's day. 55. The monarch, who resigned to his subjects the superiority of merit and virtue, was distinguished by the oppressive magnificence of his dress, his table, his buildings, and his train. The stately palaces erected by Constantine and his sons were decorated with many-colored marbles and ornaments of massy gold. The most exquisite dainties were procured to gratify their pride rather than their met on the public highway. The luxury of the palace excited the contempt and indignation of Julian, who usually slept on the ground, who yielded with reluctance. Embroidered with gold, their tables were served with delicacy and profusion. The houses which they built for their own use would have covered the farm of an ancient consul, and the most honorable citizens were obliged to dismount from their horses and respectfully to salute an eunuch whom they, the most worthless of mankind, might purchase the privilege of being maintained without the necessity of labor from the public revenue. The waste of an enormous household, the increase of fees and perquisites, which were soon claimed as a lawful debt, and the bribes which they extorted from those who feared their enmity or solicited their favor suddenly enriched these haughty menials. They abused their fortune without considering their past or their future condition, and their rapine and venality could be equaled only by the extravagance of their dissipations. Their silken robes surpassed the expense of the legions, yet the smallest part of this costly multitude was subservient to the use or even to the splendor of the throne. The monarch was disgraced and the people was injured by the creation and sale of an infinite number of obscure and even titular employments. An person of Constantine were consistently rejected by his philosophic successor. To the indispensable calls of nature, and who placed his vanity not in emulating, but in despising the pomp of royalty, by the total extirpation of a mischief which was magnified even beyond its real extent, he was impatient to relieve the distress and to appease the murmurs of the people who support with less uneasiness the weight of taxes if they are convinced that the fruits of their industry are appropriated to the service of the state. But in the execution of this salutary work, Julian is accused of proceeding with too much haste and inconsiderate severity. By a single edict, he was the temper of Julian, who seldom recollected the fundamental maxim of Aristotle that true virtue is placed at an equal distance between the opposite vices, the splendid and effeminate dress of the Asiatics, the curls and paint, the collars and bracelets, which had appeared so ridiculous in the reduced the palace of Constantinople to an immense desert, and dismissed with ignominy the whole train of slaves and dependents 57, without providing any just or at least benevolent exceptions for the age, the services, or the poverty of the faithful domestics of the imperial family. Such indeed, and the inky blackness of his hands protests that all of the greatest part of his body was covered with hair. The use of the razor was confined to his head alone, and celebrates with visible complacency the shaggy and populous. But with the superiors, Julian affected to renounce the decencies of dress, and seemed to value himself for his neglect of the laws of cleanliness, in a satirical performance which was designed for the public eye. The emperor descants with pleasure, and even with pride, on the length of his nails. 58. Beard, which he fondly cherished after the example of the philosophers of Greece. Had Julian consulted the simple dictates of reason, the first magistrate of the Romans would have scorned the affectation of digens as well as that of Dryas. Surprisingly delivered from the voracious jaws of the Hydra. 59. But the work of public reformation would Chamber of Justice have remained imperfect if Julian had only corrected the abuses without punishing the crimes of his predecessor's reign. "We are now delivered," says he in a familiar letter to one of his intimate friends, "we are now of the East a second Solus 60, whose virtues consolated the esteem of Greek sophists and of Christian bishops." I do not mean to apply that epithet to my brother Constantus. He is no more, may the earth lie light on his head, but his artful and cruel favorites studied to deceive and exasperate a prince whose natural mildness cannot be praised without some efforts of adulation. It is not, however, my intention that even those men should be oppressed. They are accused, and they shall enjoy the benefit of a fair and impartial trial. To conduct this inquiry, Julian named 6 judges of the highest rank in the state and army, and as he wished to escape the reproach of condemning his personal enemies, he fixed this extraordinary tribunal at Charleston, on the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, and transferred to the commissioners an absolute power to pronounce and execute their final sentence without delay and without appeal. The office of president was exercised by the venerable prefect Clemores of faction 62, whom the public would have seen with less surprise at the bar than on the bench, was supposed to possess the secret of the commission. The armed and angry leaders of the Jovian and Herculean bands encompassed the tribunal, and the judges were alternately swayed by the laws of justice and by was assisted by the eloquent Mamertinus 61, one of the consuls elect, whose merit is loudly celebrated by the doubtful evidence of his own applause. But the civil wisdom of 2 magistrates was overbalanced by the ferocious violence of 4 generals, Nivitet, Agilo, Jovinus, and Arbitio. Alive, were accepted as an inadequate atonement by the widows and orphans of so many hundred Romans whom those legal tyrants had betrayed and murdered. But justice herself, if we may use the pathetic expression of Amminus 63, appeared to weep over the fate. The chamberlain Eusebius, who had so long punishment of the innocent and the guilty, abused the favor of Constantius, expiated by an ignominious death the insolence, the corruption, and cruelty of his servile reign, the executions of Paul and Epidemius, the former of whom was burnt. Refused to learn what place concealed the wretched fugitive from his. Florentius were reduced to implore the clemency of the inexorable tribunal of Charleston. The former was banished to Vercellae in Italy, and a sentence of death was pronounced against the latter. A wise prince should have rewarded the crime of Taurus, the faithful minister, when he was no longer able to oppose the progress of a rebel, had taken refuge in the court of his benefactor and his lawful sovereign. But the guilt of Florentius justified the severity of the judges, and his escape served to display the magnanimity of Julian, who nobly checked the interested diligence of an informer, and the emperor, deeply wounded by his own reproaches and those of the public, offered some consolation to the family of Ursulus by the restitution of his confiscated fortunes, before the end of the year in which they had been adorned with the ensigns of the prefecture and consulship. 64. Taurus N. of Ursulus, the treasurer of the empire, and his blood accused the ingratitude of Julian, whose distress had been seasonably relieved by the intrepid liberality of that honest minister. The rage of the soldiers whom he had provoked by his indiscretion was the cause and the excuse of his death. Principles of policy may deserve our approbation, was executed in a manner which seemed to degrade the majesty of the throne. Julian was tormented by the importunities of a multitude, particularly of Egyptians, who loudly redemanded the gifts which they had imprudently. Just resentment. 65. Some months after the tribunal of Charleston had been dissolved, the Praetorian vicegerent of Africa, the notary Gaudentius, and Artemis 66, Duke of Egypt, were executed at Antioch. Artemis had reigned the cruel and corrupt tyrant of a great province. Gaudentius had long, which they had supported the cause of Constantius. The rest of his servants were protected by a general act of oblivion, and they were left to enjoy with impunity the bribes which they had accepted, either to defend the oppressed or to oppress the friendless. This measure, which, on the soundest, practiced the arts of calumny against the innocent, the virtuous, and even the person of Julian himself. Yet the circumstances of their trial and condemnation were so unskillfully managed that these wicked men obtained in the public opinion the glory of suffering for the obstinate loyalty with, or illegally bestowed. He foresaw the endless prosecution of vexatious suits, and he engaged a promise which ought always to have been sacred, that if they would repair to Chelston, he would meet them in person to hear and determine their complaints. But as soon as they were landed, he issued an absolute order which prohibited the watermen from transporting any Egyptian to Constantinople, and thus detained his disappointed clients on the Adriatic shore, till their patience and money being utterly exhausted, they were obliged to return with indignant murmurs to their native country. 67. Sallies of discontent, and the hero could despise the ambitious projects which surpassed the fortune or the abilities of the rash conspirators. A citizen of Antura had prepared for his own use. His contempt of treason was the result of judgment, of vanity, and of courage. Conscious of superior merit, he was persuaded that few among his subjects would dare to meet him in the field, to attempt his life, or even to seat themselves on his vacant throne. The philosopher could excuse the hasty, the numerous army of spies, of agents, and clemency of Julian, informers enlisted by Constantius to secure the repose of one man, and to interrupt that of millions, was immediately disbanded by his generous successor. Julian was slow in his suspicions and gentle in his punishments, and a purple garment, and this indiscreet action, which under the reign of Constantius would have been considered as a capital offense. 68, was reported to Julian by the officious importunity of a private enemy. The monarch, after making some inquiry into the rank and character of his rival, dispatched, and they were conducted in chains to the presence of their injured sovereign, who, after a lively representation of the wickedness and folly of their enterprise, instead of a death of torture, which they deserved and expected, pronounced a sentence of exile against the two principal offenders. The only instance in which Julian seemed to depart from his accustomed clemency was the execution of a rash youth who with a feeble hand had aspired to seize the reins of empire. But that youth was the son of Marcellus, the general of cavalry, who, in the first campaign of the informer with a present of a pair of purple slippers to complete the magnificence of his imperial habit. A more dangerous conspiracy was formed by 10 of the domestic guards who had resolved to assassinate Julian in the field of exercise near Antioch. Their intemperance revealed their guilt. The wound which had been inflicted by the hand of Justice 69, Gallic war, had deserted the standard of the Caesar and the Republic. Without appearing to indulge his personal resentment, Julian might easily confound the crime of the son and of the father, but he was reconciled by the distress of Marcellus, and the liberality of the emperor endeavored to heal. Empire. A motive of superstition prevented the execution of the design which Julian had frequently meditated of relieving his head from the weight of a costly diadem. 72. Julian was not insensible of the advantages of his love of freedom and the Republic. Freedom. 70. From his studies he had imbibed the spirit of ancient sages and heroes. His life and fortunes had depended on the caprice of a tyrant, and when he ascended the throne, his pride was sometimes mortified by the reflection that the slaves who would not dare to censure his defects were not worthy to applaud his virtues. 71. He sincerely abhorred the system of Oriental despotism, which Diocletian, Constantine, and the patient habits of fourscore years had established in the. But he absolutely refused the title of Dominus, or Lord. Ancient times were secretly blamed a conduct which, in their eyes, degraded the majesty of the purple. 74. He leaped from his throne, eagerly advanced to meet them, and compelled the blushing magistrates to receive the demonstrations of his affected humility. From the palace they proceeded to the Senate. The emperor, on foot, marched before their litters, and the gazing multitude admired the image of 73, a word which was grown so familiar to the ears of the Romans that they no longer remembered its servile and humiliating origin. The office, or rather the name of consul, was cherished by a prince who contemplated with reverence the ruins of the Republic, and the same behavior, which had been assumed by the prudence of Augustus, was adopted by Julian from choice and inclination. On the Kalends of A.D. 363, January at break of day, the new consuls, Mamertinus and Nevita, hastened to the palace to salute the emperor. As soon as he was informed of their approach, despotic successors of Julian, accepting the title of senators, acknowledged themselves the members of a respectable body, but the behavior of Julian was uniformly supported. During the games of the circus, he had, imprudently or designedly, performed the manumission of a slave in the presence of the consul. The moment he was reminded that he had trespassed on the jurisdiction of another magistrate, he induced Julian to confer on the Senate of Constantinople the same honors, privileges, and authority which were still enjoyed by the Senate of ancient Rome. 76. A legal fiction was introduced and gradually established that one half of the National Council had migrated into the East, and himself to pay a fine of £10 of gold, and embraced this public occasion of declaring to the world that he was subject, like the rest of his fellow citizens, to the law. 75, and even to the forms of the Republic, the spirit of his administration, and his regard for the place of his nativity. Beauty of the cities of Epirus and Peloponnesus. 78. Athens acknowledged him for her benefactor, Argos for her deliverer. The pride of Corinth began rising from her ruins with the honors of a Roman. Compassion in the mind of Julian, which kindled into rapture when he recollected the gods, the heroes, and the men, superior to heroes and to gods, who had bequeathed to the latest posterity the monuments of their genius, or the example of their virtues. He relieved the distress and restored was permitted to represent the majesty of the Roman name, From Constantinople, the attention of the monarch was extended to the municipal senates of the provinces. He abolished, by repeated edicts, the unjust and pernicious exemptions which had withdrawn so many idle citizens from the service of their country, and by imposing an equal distribution of public duties, he restored the strength, the splendor, or, according to the glowing expression of Libanius 77, the soul of the expiring cities of his empire. The venerable age of Greece excited his care of the Grecian cities, the most tender. The defense of a city, which had been the royal seat of Agamemnon 80, and had given to Macedonia a race of kings and conquerors 81. Colony exacted a tribute from the adjacent republics, for the purpose of defraying the games of the Isthmus, which were celebrated in the amphitheater with the hunting of bears and panthers. From this tribute the cities of Elis, of Delphi, and of Argos, which had inherited from their remote, silenced by the decree of a provincial magistrate who seems to have consulted only the interest of the capital in which he resided. 7 years after this sentence, Julian 79 allowed the cause to be referred to a superior tribunal, and his eloquence was interposed, most probably with success, in Ancestors, the sacred office of perpetuating the Olympic, the Pythian, and the Nemean games claimed a just exemption. The immunity of Elis and Delphi was respected by the Corinthians, but the poverty of Argos tempted the insolence of oppression, and the feeble complaints of its deputies were. They despised the assemblies of the Senate, which Constantius had avoided, were considered by Julian as the place where he could exhibit, with the most propriety, the maxims of a republican. Modern sovereigns of Europe, the arts of persuasion, so diligently cultivated by the first Caesars, were neglected by the military ignorance and Asiatic pride of their successors, and if they condescended to harangue the soldiers whom they feared, they treated with silent disdain the senators whom the laborious administration of military and civil affairs, which were multiplied in proportion to the extent of the empire, exercised the abilities Julian, an orator and a judge of Julian, but he frequently assumed the two characters of orator 82 and of judge 83, which are almost unknown to the Julian were almost always founded on, and the talents of a rhetorician. He alternately practiced, as in a school of declamation, the several modes of praise, of censure, of exhortation, and his friend Libanius has remarked that the study of Homer taught him to imitate the simple, concise style of Menelaus, the copiousness of Nestor. Sense of the laws, he sometimes forgot the gravity of his station, asked indiscreet or unseasonable questions, and betrayed, by the loudness of his voice and the agitation of his body, the earnest vehemence with which he maintained his opinion against the judges, the advocates, and their clients. But his knowledge of his own temper prompted him to encourage, and even to solicit, the reproof of his friends and ministers, and whenever they ventured to oppose the irregular sallies of his passions, the spectators could observe the shame as well as the gratitude of their monarch, the decrees of whose words descended like the flakes of a winter's snow, or the pathetic and forcible eloquence of Ulysses. The functions of a judge, which are sometimes incompatible with those of a prince, were exercised by Julian not only as a duty, but as an amusement, and although he might have trusted the integrity and discernment of his Praetorian prefects, he often placed himself by their side on the seat of judgment. The acute penetration of his mind was agreeably occupied in detecting and defeating the chicanery of the advocates who labored to disguise the truth of facts and to pervert the interpretation of those laws which the magistrates were bound to execute and the subjects to obey. Wished to relieve were condemned to satisfy the just demands of a noble and wealthy adversary. He carefully distinguished the judge from the legislator AD 4, and though he meditated a necessary reformation of the Roman jurisprudence, he pronounced sentence according to the strict and literal the principles of justice, and he had the firmness to resist the two most dangerous temptations which assault the tribunal of a sovereign under the specious forms of compassion and equity. He decided the merits of the cause without weighing the circumstances of the parties and the poor whom fortune, whatever had been his choice of life, by the force of intrepid courage, lively wit, and intense application, he would have obtained, or at least, the generality of princes if they were stripped his character of their purple and cast naked into the world, would immediately sink to the lowest rank of society without a hope of emerging from their obscurity. That the personal merit of Julian was in some measure independent of his endeavor always to connect authority with merit and happiness with virtue. Even faction, and religious faction, was constrained to acknowledge the superiority of his genius in peace as well as in war, and to confess with a sigh that the apostate Julian was he would have deserved the highest honors of his profession, and Julian might have raised himself to the rank of minister or general of the state in which he was born a private citizen, if the jealous caprice of power had disappointed his expectations, if he had prudently declined the paths of the whole figure. His genius was less powerful and sublime than that of Caesar, nor did he possess the consummate prudence of Augustus. The virtues of Trajan appear more steady and natural, and the philosophy of Marcus is more simple and consistent. Yet Julian sustained adversity with firmness and prosperity with moderation. After an interval of 120 years from the death of Alexander Severus, the Romans beheld an emperor who made no distinction between his duties and his pleasures, who labored to relieve the distress and to revive the spirit of his subjects, and who, greatness, the employment of the same talents in studious solitude, would have placed beyond the reach of kings his present happiness and his immortal fame. When we inspect with minute or perhaps malevolent attention the portrait of Julian, something seems wanting to the grace and perfection of lover of his country, and that he deserved the empire of the world. 85. To the wisdom of the emperor and the fortune of the Caesar, yet the historian soon afterwards was indebted to the favor or esteem of Julian for the honor of a brass statue and the important offices of consular of the second Pannonia and prefect of the city. Amlian 10 3 Collodion, £100 weight, sea veils, Tudamen 4 7 Aminos 2 11 2 Amin 12 The Order the Mistus in p. 56 57 believed whatever was contained in the imperial letters which were addressed to the Senate of Constantinople. Aurelius Victor, who published his abridgment in the last year of Constantius, ascribes the German victories. Avaricious, the danger from the Scots and Picts was so serious that Julian himself had some thoughts of passing over into the island. 6. He granted them the permission of the cursus clavillaris or clavillaris. These post wagons are often mentioned in the code and were supposed to carry 15. Note zone. Onski plus poterent and palliative adulendi professors jam docte rect consulta prosperica completa vertibent in duridiculum talius sign modus stupendus insuls in odium venit cum victoris suis capella non homo viuti hercitum Julianum carpentis appellantis loquasim tulpam et procuratum simiam et literarum grecum et his congruenta plurima aqua vernacula principi resonantis, odor haec telic gestintit virtuts aegis obrua verbis impudentibus conabantur, iudi segnum incessentis et timidum et umbretellum, gestic secus verbis cuncturibus exornentum. Aminus 1:4. Instead of allowing us sufficient space for a march of 3,000 miles, would render the orders of Constantius as extravagant as they were unjust. The troops of Gaul could not have reached Syria till the end of autumn. The memory of Hominus must have been inaccurate, and nocindi artificia accusatorium duritatum laudum titulis peragebent. Hevosis furant ad inslamenda odia probris omnibus potentiores, si me motin, in action graiturum in vet, Panegyr, sheet 5, 6, 4. The minute interval, which may be interposed between the buying adult and the primuvere of his language incorrect. 5. Aminus 1. The valor of Lupicinus and his military skill are acknowledged by the historian who, in his affected language, accuses the general of exalting the horns of his pride, bellowing in a tragic tone, and exciting a doubt whether he was more cruel or Germain des Prés. By the injuries of time and the Normans, this ancient palace was reduced in the 12th century to a maze of ruins whose dark recesses were the scene of licentious love. Most probably the palace of the Baths Thermum, of which a solid and lofty hall still subsists in the Rue de la Harpe. The buildings covered a considerable space of the modern quarter of the university, and the gardens under the Merovingian kings communicated with the abbey of Explicat olus Sinus Montemco Amplectitur Alice. Multiples latibus solum tertia roborum. Parantes se pudoes. Salatra nefas veneris glaucomata furtis. Theological disputes of the Sorbonne, which have been since agitated on the same ground. Bonamy, Mem. de l'Académie, Tom. p. 678-682. These lines are quoted from the Architrinus L.F.C.A., a poetical work of John de Hauteville or Handel, a monk of St. Albans about the year 1190. See Wharton's History of English Poetry, Vol. I. Dissert. I. Yet such thefts might be less pernicious to mankind than the 8. Even in this tumultuous moment, Julian attended to the forms of superstitious ceremony and obstinately refused the inauspicious use of a female necklace or a horse collar which the impatient soldiers would have employed in the room of a diadem. 9. An equal proportion of gold. Ruins. 19. Vladimir entered into the Roman service and was promoted from a barbarian kingdom to the military rank of Duke of Phoenicia. He still retained the same artful character, Amian. 4. But under the reign of Valens, he signalized his valor in the Armenian War. 1. 20. IA. P. 67. 12. Julian. Ad S. P. Q. Athen. P. 284. The devout Abdul-Obliterate Vide Julian. P. 159. Is almost inclined to respect the devout protestations of a pagan. 13. Amen. 5. With the note of Lindenbrochus on the genius of the empire, Julian himself in a confidential letter to so eagerly the fiend, o'er a bog or steep, through straight, rough, dense, or rare, with head, hands, wings, or feet, pursues his way, and swims, or sinks, or wades, or creeps, or flies. Manifestos to be found in any language. 38. 31. In that interval the notator places 2 or 3 fleets, the Laricensis at Laricum or Lorc, the Arlepensis, the Maginensis, and mentions 5 legions or cohorts of Libernari who should be a sort of marines, sect, Lovie, edit, Lab. 32. Sosimus alone, L.I.A.P. which might be supported by collateral evidence, ascertains the precise situation of the Angustiad Sacorum or passes of Succet, M. Danville from the trifling resemblance of names has placed them between Sardica and Naissus. For my own justification, I am obliged to mention the only error which I, 156, has specified this interesting circumstance. Me Martinus in Panegyr, that sheet 6, 7, 8, who accompanied Julian as Count of the Sacred Largesses, describes this voyage in a florid and picturesque manner, challenges Tripolmus and the Argonauts of Greece. See 33. The description of Hymenaeus, famous solius admittende est fides. He specifies, however, an intercepted letter from Vladimir to Constantius, which supposes an intimate correspondence between them. Caesar tus disciplinam non habet. 37. Zosimus mentions his epistles to the Athenians, the Corinthians, and the Lacedaemonians. The Julian ad S. P.Q. and then P. 286 positively asserts that he intercepted the letters of Constantius to the barbarians, and Libanius positively affirms that he read them on his march to the troops and the cities. Yet Amminus 4 expresses himself with cool and candid hesitation. C. Substance was probably the same, though the address was properly varied. The epistle to the Athenians is still extant, p. 268-287, and has afforded much valuable information. It deserves the praises of the Abdul-Obliterate. Proof. L'Histoire de Jovian, p. 24-25, and is one of the best have discovered in the maps or writings of that admirable geographer. 34. Whatever circumstances we may borrow elsewhere, Amminus 8, 9, 10, still supplies the series of the narrative. 35. Amen. 9, 10, Libanius, Urak, Parent, C, 54, P, 279, 280, Sosimus, L, A, P, 156, 157, 36. Octora tu reverencem rogamus, Amen. 10. It is amusing enough to observe the secret conflicts of the Senate between flattery and fear. See Tacit, Hist. I. 85. 39. Tanquam venatissime predum caper hoc inum ad leniendum sur metum subind predicabat. Amen. Cyropadia with a similar reflection. 48. Describe with superfluous labor the operations of the siege of Aquileia, which on this occasion maintained its impregnable fame. Gregory Nationson, Urat, IA, p. 68, ascribes this accidental revolt to the wisdom of Constantius, whose assured victory he announces with some appearance of truth. 7. 40. See the speech and preparations in Amminus. 13. The vile Theodotus afterwards implored and obtained his pardon from the merciful conqueror, who signified his wish of diminishing his enemies and increasing the number of his friends. 14. 41. Amen. 7. 11. 12. He seems to candor and ingenuity. 51. In non-Latin alphabet, Aristotle, A.P. Julian, p. 261. The mess of Vossas, unsatisfied with a single beast, affords the stronger reading of the non-Latin alphabet, which the experience of despotism may warrant. 49. Libanius Urat, Parentalis, C. Luxor, p. 310, 311, 312, has given this interesting detail of the private life of Julian. He himself, in Missapogan, p. 350, mentions his vegetable diet and upbraids the gross and sensual appetite of the people of Hinta. 50. Lectulus. Vestilium Taurus Purer is the praise which Mamertinus Pender, Vet. She. 13. Addresses to Julian himself. Libanius affirms in sober peremptory language that Julian never knew a woman before his marriage or after the death of his wife, Urat. Parent, C. Luxvae, p. 313. The chastity of Julian is confirmed by the impartial testimony of Amminus 4, and the partial silence of the Tristians. Yet Julian ironically urges the reproach of the people of Antioch that he almost always been non-Latin alphabet in Missapogan, p. 345. Lay alone. This suspicious expression is explained by the abdenobliterary his de Julian, Tom, I, p. 103 and 109, with C. Samisus ad Sutan, in Claude, C. A 25th race or missus was added to complete the number of 100 chariots, 4 of which the 4 colors started each heat. Centum quadragibus agitabo ad fluminicaras. It appears that they ran 5 or 7 times round the meadows Sutan and Domitian, c. 4, and from the measure of the Circus Maximus at Rome, the Hippodrome at Constantinople, c. It might be about a 4-mile course. 52. Julian in Missopogon, p. 340. Julius Caesar had offended the Roman people by reading his dispatches during the actual race. Augustus indulged their taste or his own by his constant attention to the important business of the circus, for which he professed the warmest tonsum axare. Sonorous uses the less natural image of a senator, yet an officer of the finances who was satiated with wealth might desire and obtain the honors of the Senate. 55. Inclination. Sudan, in August, c. 1253. The reformation of the palace is described by CMt&x. 4. Libanius Orad, parent, c. Lilith, p. 288. C. Mamertinus in Paniger, vet. She. 11. Socrates, L. IA, c. 1. And Sonorous Tom, I. L. Tsae, p. 24. 54. Ego non rationalum justice sit. Asan. In non-Latin alphabet are the original words of Libanius, which I have faithfully quoted, lest I should be suspected of magnifying the abuses of the royal household. 56. The expressions of Mamertinus are lively and forcible. Quin etiam prenderum et canem laboritus. Libanius, who imputes his death to the soldiers, attempts to criminate the Count of the Largesses. 64. Such respect was still entertained for the venerable names of the Commonwealth that the public was surprised and scandalized to hear Taurus summoned as a criminal under the consulship of Taurus. 2. Solusts, the prefect of Gaul and the prefect of the East, must be carefully distinguished. Hist. Des Emperors Tom, F. p. 696. I have used the surname of Secundus as a convenient epithet. The second solist extorted the esteem of the Christians themselves, and Gregory Nationson, who was put to death by an apostate, has tempted the Greek and Latin churches to honor him as a martyr. But as ecclesiastical history attests that he was not only a tyrant, but an Arian, it is not altogether easy to justify this indiscreet promotion. Tillemont, Man, Eccles, Tom, Vi, p. 1319. 67. C. Personal satire was condemned by the laws of the 12 Tables. 69. The clemency of Julian and the conspiracy which was formed against his life at Antioch are described by CMt&x. 9, 10, and Vales, Adlock, and Libanius Orad, parent, c. 99, p. 323. 70. According to some, says Aristotle, as he is quoted by Julian at the Mist, p. 261, the form of absolute government, that in non-Latin alphabet is contrary to nature. Both the prince and the philosopher choose, however, to involve this eternal truth in artful and labored obscurity. 71. That sentiment is expressed almost in the words of Julian himself. CMt&x. 10. Proud appellations of despot or dominus, they are still extant on his medals. Ducange, Fam, Byzantine, p. 38-39. And the private displeasure which he affected to express only gave a different tone to the servility of the court. The abdilobligatory Hist. de Jovian, Tom, I. p. 99-102, has 72. Libanius Urat, parent, c. 95, p. 320, who mentions the wish and design of Julian, insinuates in mysterious language in non-Latin alphabet that the emperor was restrained by some particular revelation. 73. Julian in Missapogan, p. 343, is he never abolished by any public law that curiously traced the origin and progress of the word dominus under the imperial government. 74. Amen. Xi. 7. The consul Mamertinus in Panegyr, vet. Sheet 28, 29, 30. Celebrates the auspicious day like an eloquent slave, astonished and intoxicated by the condescension of his master. 75. Si meo condiderit in quem quis carmina jus est. Judiciamque. Julian in Missapogan, p. 337. Owns himself subject to the law, and the ab de l'obligatory hist de Jovian Tom I. p. 92 has eagerly embraced a declaration so agreeable to his own system, and indeed to the true spirit of the imperial constitution. 76. Zosimus L. I. p. 158. 77. Remains the most obscure in the legal history of the empire. 78. Quo Polo anti arida et citae anhelantu visbenter, e non proloi, mundere, mater, fora, dambulacra, gymnasia, latus et godentibus populus frequentari, dies festas et celebrari veters et novus in honorum principis consagrari. In non-Latin alphabet, C. Libanius Urat, parent, c. 71, p. 296, Aminus Xe 9, and the Theodosian Code L. Xi. Tit. I. Leg 5055, with Godefroy's commentary Tom. F. p. 390-402. Yet the whole subject of the Curia, notwithstanding very ample materials still, elaborate, but less pure than his Greek. 85. The orators of Homer, Socrates, L. I. c. 1, has rashly asserted that Julian was the only prince since Julius Caesar who harangued the Senate. All the predecessors of Nero, Tacit, Annal, Xi. 3, and many of his successors possessed the faculty of speaking in public, and it might be proved by Latin translator who, by rendering in non-Latin alphabet tributum and in non-Latin alphabet populus, directly contradicts the sense of the original. 80. He reigned in Mycenae at the distance of 50 stadia, or 6 miles from Argos, but those cities which alternately flourished are at least the duties of the judge Gregory Nagensen Urat, Ev. p. 120, who suppresses the virtues and exaggerates even the finial faults of the apostate, triumphantly asks whether such a judge was fit to be seated between Minos and Rhadamanthus in the Elysian fields. 84. Of the laws which, various examples that they frequently exercised it in the Senate. 83. Aminus Xe 10 has impartially stated the merits and defects of his judicial proceedings. Libanius Urat, parent, c. 90-91, p. 315, c. has seen only the fair side, and his picture, if it flatters the person, expresses. Macedonian kings were obscure and unpopular in Greece. When the Aegean League declared against Philip, it was thought decent that the deputies of Argos should retire. Lilith 2282. His eloquence is celebrated by Libanius Horat, parent, c. 75-76, p. 300-301, who distinctly mentions Merton, she 9. He particularly restored the city of Nicopolis and the Actic Games which had been instituted by Augustus. 79. Julian, Epist. p. 407-411. This epistle, which illustrates the declining age of Greece, is omitted by the Abdilablatary and strangely disfigured by the Julian enacted in a reign of 16 months. 54 have been admitted into the codes of Theodosius and Justinian. Gothofford, Tron, Legum, p. 64-67. The Abdilablatary, Tom, I. p. 329-336. has chosen one of these laws to give an idea of Julian's Latin style, which is forcible and confounded by the Greek poets Strabo L. Vae, p. 579, edit. Umstel, 1707, 81, Marsham, Canon, Trum, p. 421. This pedigree from Temenus and Hercules may be suspicious, yet it was allowed, after a strict inquiry by the judges of the Olympic Games Herodat, L. v. c. 22, at a time when the Doctor Fortissimus Omnis Conditor et legum celeberimus or manca Consultor Patriae sed non consultor habende Religionis amens tercent miliadim Perfidus il Dio sed non ad perfidus orbi. Prudent, Apotheosis 450 c. The consciousness of a generous sentiment seems to have raised each Tristan poet above his usual mediocrity. Chap. Xif, residence of Julian at Antioch. His successful expedition against the Persians, passage of the Tigris, the retreat and death of Julian, election of Jovian. He saves the Roman army by a disgraceful treaty. The philosophical fable which Julian composed under the name of the Caesars is one of the most agreeable and instructive productions. The Caesars of Julian, of ancient wit too, during the freedom and equality of the days of the Saturnalia, Romulus prepared a feast for the deities of Olympus, who had adopted him as a worthy associate, and for the Roman princes who had reigned over his martial people and the vanquished nations of the earth. The immortals were placed in just order on their thrones of state, and the table of the Caesars was spread below the moon. Springs of action. The superiority of the imperial stoke appeared still. In the upper region of the air, the tyrants who would have disgraced the society of gods and men were thrown headlong by the inexorable Nemesis into the Tartarine abyss. The rest of the Caesars successively advanced to their seats, and as they passed, the vices, the defects, the blemishes of their respective characters were maliciously noticed by old Silenus, a laughing moralist who disguised the wisdom of a philosopher under the mask of a bacchanal 3. As soon as the feast was ended, The voice of Mercury proclaimed the will of Jupiter that a celestial crown should be the reward of superior merit. Julius Caesar, Augustus, Trajan, and Marcus Antoninus were selected as the most illustrious candidates. The effeminate Constantine IV was not excluded from this honorable competition, and the great Alexander was invited to dispute the prize of glory with the Roman heroes. Each of the candidates was allowed to display the merit of his own exploits, but in the judgment of the gods, the modest silence of Marcus pleaded more powerfully than the elaborate orations of his haughty rivals. When the judges of this awful contest proceeded to examine the heart and to scrutinize his predecessors subscribes in every line the censure or approbation of his own conduct. Thrown the lessons of philosophy, and who, in a state of human imperfection, had aspired to imitate the moral attributes of the deity, the value of this agreeable composition, the Caesars of Julian, is enhanced by the rank of the author, a prince who delineates with freedom the vices and virtues of more decisive and conspicuous fire. Alexander and Caesar, Augustus, Trajan, and Constantine acknowledged with a blush that fame or power or pleasure had been the important object of their labors, but the gods themselves beheld with reverence and love a virtuous mortal who had practiced on it. The ambassadors of applause of the multitude in the season of life when the powers of the mind and body enjoy the most active vigor, the emperor, who was instructed by the experience and animated by the success of the German war, resolved to signalize his reign by some more splendid and memorable achievement. In the cool moments of reflection, Julian preferred he resolves to march against the Persians. A.D. 362. The useful and benevolent virtues of Antoninus, but his ambitious spirit was inflamed by the glory of Alexander, and he solicited with equal ardor the esteem of the wise and the worthy of his arms, and he resolved, by the final conquest of Persia, to chastise the haughty nation which had so long barbarians of the Danube would be restrained from any future violation of the faith of treaties by the terror of his name and the additional fortifications with which he strengthened the Thracian and Illyrian frontiers. The successor of Cyrus and Artaxerxes was the only rival whom he deemed. The East, from the continent of India and the Isle of Ceylon 6, had respectfully saluted the Roman Purple 7. The nations of the West esteemed and dreaded the personal virtues of Julian, both in peace and war. He despised the trophies of a Gothic victory 8, and was satisfied that the rapacious, allowing the salutary interval of winter quarters to restore the exhausted strength, resisted and insulted the majesty of Rome 9. As soon as the Persian monarch was informed that the throne of Constantius was filled by a prince of a very different character, he condescended to make some artful, or perhaps sincere, overtures towards a negotiation of peace. But the pride of Caesar was astonished by the firmness of Julian, who sternly declared that he would never consent to hold a peaceful conference among the flames and ruins of the cities of Mesopotamia, and who added with a smile of contempt that it was needless to treat by ambassadors as he himself had determined to visit. Speedily the court of Persia, the impatience of the emperor urged the diligence of the military preparations. The generals were named. A formidable army was destined for this important service, and Julian, marching from Constantinople through the provinces of Asia Minor, arrived at Antioch about 8 months after the death of his predecessor. His ardent desire to march into the heart of Persia was checked by the indispensable duty of regulating the state of the empire, by his zeal to revive the worship of the gods, and by the advice of his wisest friends, who represented the necessity of their sovereign. 10 of the legions of Gaul and the discipline and spirit of the eastern troops, Julian was persuaded to fix, till the ensuing spring, his residence. Julian proceeds from Constantinople to Antioch. August, at Antioch, among a people maliciously disposed to deride the haste and to censure the delays of the taste, or rather passion, of the Syrians, the most skillful artists were procured. If Julian had flattered himself that his personal connection with the capital of the East, licentious manners of the people of Antioch, would be productive of mutual satisfaction to the prince and people, he made a very false estimate of his own character and of the manners of Antioch. Furniture was the only distinction of the citizens of Antioch. The arts of luxury were honored. The serious and manly virtues were the subject of ridicule, and the contempt for female modesty and reverent age announced the universal corruption of the capital of the East. The love of spectacles was 11. The warmth of the climate disposed the natives to the most intemperate enjoyment of tranquility and opulence, and the lively licentiousness of the Greeks was blended with the hereditary softness of the Syrians. Fashion was the only law, pleasure the only pursuit, and the splendor of dress and ancestors. 13. They contented themselves with disobeying the moral precepts, but they were scrupulously attached to the speculative doctrines of their religion. The Church of Antioch was distracted by heresy and schism, but the Arians and the Athanasians, from the adjacent cities. 12. A considerable share of the revenue was devoted to the public amusements, and the magnificence of the games of the theater and circus was considered as the happiness and as the glory of Antioch. The rustic manners of a prince who disdained such glory and were the only occasions in which Julian relaxed his philosophic severity, and those festivals were the only days in which the Syrians of Antioch could reject the allurements of pleasure. The majority of the people supported the glory of the Christian name, which had been first invented by their insensible of such happiness, soon disgusted the delicacy of his subjects, and the effeminate Orientals could neither imitate nor admire the severe simplicity which Julian always maintained and sometimes affected. The days of festivity, consecrated by ancient custom to the honor of the gods, followers of Meletus and those of Paulinus. 14. Were actuated by the same pious hatred of their common adversary. The strongest prejudice was entertained against the character of an apostate, the enemy and successor. Their aversion to Julian, of a prince who had engaged the affections of a very numerous sect, and the removal of Babulus excited an implacable opposition to the person of Julian. His nice tribot get good and maybe ill click not a day season had affected the harvests of Syria, and the price of bread. 15. In the markets of Antioch had naturally risen in proportion to the scarcity of corn, but the fair and reasonable proportion was soon violated by the rapacious Subjects complained with superstitious indignation that famine had pursued the emperor's steps from Constantinople to Antioch, and the discontent of a hungry people was exasperated by the injudicious attempt to relieve their distress, the inclemency, scarcity of corn, and public discontent of the withheld from arts of monopoly. In this unequal contest, in which the produce of the land is claimed by one party as his exclusive property, is used by another as a lucrative object of trade, and is required by a third for the daily and necessary support of life, all the profits of the intermediate agents are the wit and levity of the Syrian Greeks, accumulated on the head of the defenseless consumers. The hardships of their situation were exaggerated and increased by their own impatience and anxiety, and the apprehension of a scarcity gradually produced the appearances of a famine, when the luxurious citizens of Antioch complained of the high, dangerous and doubtful step of fixing by legal authority the value of corn. He enacted that in a time of scarcity it should be sold at a price which had seldom been known in the most plentiful years, and that his own example might strengthen his laws. He sent into the market 422,000 modei, or measures, which were drawn by his order from the granaries of Hierapolis, of Chalcis, and even of Egypt. The consequences might have been foreseen, and were soon felt. The imperial wheat was purchased by the rich merchants, the proprietors of land, or of corn. Price of poultry and fish. Julian publicly declared that a frugal city ought to be satisfied with a regular supply of wine, oil, and bread, but he acknowledged that it was the duty of a sovereign to provide for the subsistence of his people. With this salutary view, the emperor ventured on a very inherited the obstinacy, though not the cruelty, of his brother Gallus 16. The remonstrances of the municipal senate served only to exasperate his inflexible mind. He was persuaded, perhaps with truth, that the senators of Antioch who possessed lands or were concerned in trade had themselves the city the accustomed supply, and the small quantities that appeared in the market were secretly sold at an advanced and illegal price. Julian still continued to applaud his own policy, treated the complaints of the people as a vain and ungrateful murmur, and convinced Antioch that he had contributed to the calamities of their country, and he imputed the disrespectful boldness which they assumed to the sense, not of public duty, but of private interest. The whole body, consisting of 200 of the most noble and wealthy citizens, were sent under a guard from the palace to the prison, and though they were permitted, before the close of evening, to return to their respective houses 17, the emperor himself could not obtain the forgiveness which he had so easily granted. The same grievances were still the subject of the same complaints, which were industriously circulated by inoffensive mode of retaliation, which it would. Multitude 18. The disciple of Socrates was too deeply affected by these popular insults, but the monarch, endowed with quick sensibility and possessed of absolute power, refused his passions the gratification of revenge. A tyrant might have proscribed, without distinction, the lives and fortunes of. During the licentious days of the Saturnalia, the streets of the city resounded with insolent songs which derided the laws, the religion, the personal conduct, and even the beard of the emperor, and the spirit of Antioch was manifested by the connivance of the magistrates and the applause of the The citizens of Antioch and the unwarlike Syrians must have patiently submitted to the lust, the rapaciousness, and the cruelty of the faithful legions of Gaul. A milder sentence might have deprived the capital of the East of its honors and privileges, and the courtiers, perhaps the subjects of Julian, would have applauded an act of justice which asserted the dignity of the supreme magistrate of the Republic 19. But instead of abusing or exerting the authority of the state to revenge his personal injuries, Julian contented himself with Julian composes a satire against Antioch and the nomination of a governor 22 worthy only of such subjects, and the emperor, forever renouncing the ungrateful city, proclaimed his resolution to pass the ensuing winter at Tarsus in Cilicia 23. Being the power few princes to employ, he had been insulted by satires and libels. In his tone he composed, under the title of the enemy of the beard, an ironical confession of his own faults and a severe satire of the licentious and effeminate manners of Antioch. This imperial replay was publicly exposed before the gates of the palace, and the Misopogon 20 still remains a singular monument of the resentment, the wit, the humanity, and the indiscretion of Julian. Though he affected to laugh, he could not forgive 21. His contempt was expressed, and his revenge might be gratified by preserve, in a degenerated age, the Grecian purity of taste, of manners, and of religion. The emperor's prepossession was increased and justified by the discreet pride of his favorite, instead of pressing with the foremost of the crowd into. Yet Antioch possessed one citizen whose genius and virtues might atone, in the opinion of Julian, for the vice and folly of his country, the sophist Libanius. The sophist Libanius was born in the capital of the East. He publicly professed the arts of d. 314-390 c. rhetoric and declamation. From one city to another confirmed the favorable opinion which Libanius ostentatiously displayed of his superior merit. The preceptors of Julian had extorted a rash but solemn assurance that he would never attend the lectures of their adversary. The curiosity of the royal youth was checked and inflamed. He secretly procured the writings of this dangerous sophist and gradually surpassed, in the perfect imitation of his style, the most laborious of his domestic pupils. 24. When Julian ascended the throne, he declared his impatience to embrace and reward the Syrian sophist who had Nice, Nicomedia, Constantinople, Athens, and, during the remainder of his life, at Antioch. His school was assiduously frequented by the Grecian youth. His disciples, who sometimes exceeded the number of 80, celebrated their incomparable master, and the jealousy of his rivals who persecuted him. Sophist of Antioch sometimes descended from this imaginary elevation. He entertained a various and elaborate. The palace of Constantinople. Libanius calmly expected his arrival at Antioch, withdrew from court on the first symptoms of coldness and indifference, required a formal invitation for each visit, and taught his sovereign an important lesson, that he might command the obedience of a subject, but that Libanius still exists for the most part. They are the vain and idle compositions of an orator who cultivated the science of words, the productions of a recluse student whose mind, regardless of his contemporaries, was incessantly fixed on the Trojan War and the Athenian Commonwealth. Yet the acclamations of a venal court who adored the imperial purple but he was deeply flattered by the praise, the admonition, the freedom, and the envy of an independent philosopher who refused his favors, loved his person, celebrated his fame, and protected his memory. The voluminous writings of "He must deserve the attachment of a friend," the sophists of every age, despising or affecting to despise the accidental distinctions of birth and fortune. 25. Reserve their esteem for the superior qualities of the mind with which they themselves are so plentifully endowed. Julian might disdain them. Inspire Libanius with any lively hopes of celestial glory and happiness. 28. Correspondence 26. He praised the virtues of his own times. He boldly reigned the abuses of public and private life, and he eloquently pleaded the cause of Antioch against the just resentment of Julian and Theodosius. It is the common calamity of old age. 27. To lose whatever might have rendered it desirable, but Libanius experienced the peculiar misfortune of surviving the religion and the sciences to which he had consecrated his genius. The friend of Julian was an indignant spectator of the triumph of Christianity, and his bigotry, which darkened the prospect of the visible world, did not. The martial impatience of Julian urged him march of Julian to the Euphrates at d. 363. March 5. To take the field in the beginning of the spring, and he dismissed with contempt and reproach the Senate of Antioch who accompanied them. Turning towards the afflicted youth, "Since you have lost a father," said he, "for my sake, it is incumbent on me to supply his place." 30. The emperor was received in a manner much more agreeable to his wishes at Batna, a small town pleasantly seated. Imperial table. Julian, placing himself between them, attempted without success to inculcate the lesson and example of toleration, supported with affected calmness the indiscreet zeal of the aged Christian, who seemed to forget the sentiments of nature and the duty of a subject, and at length, demonstrations of respect, the eloquent sermon of the apostle of paganism, the son of one of the most illustrious citizens of Berea, who had embraced, either from interest or conscience, the religion of the emperor, was disinherited by his angry parent. The father and the son were invited to the emperor beyond the limits of their own territory, to which he was resolved never to return. After a laborious march of 2 days. 29. He halted on the 3rd at Berea or Aleppo, where he had the mortification of finding a senate almost entirely Christian, who received with cold and formal event rendered him still more attentive to observe and register the most trifling presages, from which, according to the rules of divination, any knowledge of futurity could be. Their applause, and he too clearly discerned that the smoke which rose from their altars was the incense of flattery rather than of devotion. The ancient and magnificent temple which had sanctified for so many ages the city of Hierapolis 31 no longer subsisted, and the consecrated wealth, which afforded a liberal maintenance to more than 300 priests, might hasten its downfall. Yet Julian enjoyed the satisfaction of embracing a philosopher and a friend whose religious firmness had withstood the pressing and repeated solicitations of Constantius and Gallus as often as those. In a grove of cypresses about 20 miles from the city of Hierapolis, The solemn rites of sacrifice were decently prepared by the inhabitants of Badna, who seemed attached to the worship of their tutelar deities Apollo and Jupiter. But the serious piety of Julian was offended by the tumult of princes lodged at his house in their passage through Hierapolis. In the hurry of military preparation and the careless confidence of a familiar correspondence, the zeal of Julian appears to have been lively and uniform. He had now undertaken an important and difficult war, and the anxiety of the Drive 32, he informed Libanius of his progress as far as Hierapolis by an elegant epistle 33, which displays the facility of his genius and his tender friendship for the sophist of Antioch. Very ancient city of Mesopotamia, at the distance of 80 miles from Hierapolis, the Temple of the Moon attracted the devotion of Julian, but the halt of a few days was principally employed in completing Hierapolis, situate almost on the banks of his design of invading Persia. Euphrates 34 had been appointed for the general rendezvous of the Roman troops, who immediately passed the great river on a bridge of boats, which was previously constructed. 35. If the inclinations of Julian had been similar to those of his predecessor, he might have wasted the active and important season of the year in the circus of Samosata or in the churches of Edessa. But as the warlike emperor, instead of Constantius, had chosen Alexander for his model, he advanced without delay to Kara 36. Without exposing the safety of his own dominions, might detach an army of 4,000 horse and 20,000 foot to the assistance of the Romans. 37. But the feeble Arsaces Tyrannus. 38. The immense preparations of the Persian War. The secret of the expedition had hitherto remained in his own breast, but as Kara is the point of separation of the two great roads, he could no longer conceal whether it was his design to attack the dominions of Cypre on the side of the Tigris or on that of the Euphrates. The emperor detached an army of 30,000 men under the command of his kinsman Procopius and of Sebastian, who had been Duke of Egypt. They were ordered to direct their march towards Nisibis and to secure the frontier from the desultory incursions of the enemy, before himself, advancing with equal steps along the banks of the Euphrates, should besiege the capital of the Persian monarchy. The success of this well-concerted plan depended, in disaffection of the king of Armenia, a great measure on the powerful and ready assistance of the king of Armenia, who they attempted the passage of the Tigris. Their subsequent operations were left to the discretion of the generals, but Julian expected that after wasting with fire and sword the fertile districts of Media and Aideben, they might arrive under the walls of Ctesiphon about the same time. That he indiscretion of Julian, who treated the king of Armenia as his slave and as the enemy of the gods. The haughty and threatening style of the imperial mandates 40 awakened the secret indignation. King 39, Tyrannus professed the Christian religion. He reigned over a nation of Christians, and he was restrained by every principle of conscience and interest from contributing to the victory which would consummate the ruin of the church. The alienated mind of Tyrannus was exasperated by the king of Armenia, had degenerated still more shamefully than his father Chosroes from the manly virtues of the great Tiridates, and as the pusillanimous monarch was averse to any enterprise of danger and glory, he could disguise his timid indolence by the more decent excuses of religion and gratitude. He expressed a pious attachment to the memory of Constantis, from whose hands he had received in marriage Olympias, the daughter of the prefect Ablavius, and the alliance of a female who had been educated as the destined wife of the Emperor Constans exalted the dignity of a barbarian, of a prince who, in the humiliating state of dependence, was still conscious of his royal descent from the Arsacides, the lords of the East, and the rivals of the Roman power. Transported from another climate and almost from another world, to invade a distant country of whose name and situation they were. The military dispositions of Julian were skillfully military preparations, contrived to deceive the spies and to divert the attention of Sebor. The legions appeared to direct their march towards Nisibis and the Tigris. On a sudden they wheeled to the right, traversed the level and naked plain of Kari, and reached on the third day the banks of the Euphrates, where the strong town of Nicephorium or Colonicum had been founded by the Macedonian kings. From thence the emperor pursued his march above 90 miles along the winding stream of the Euphrates, till, at length about 1 month after his departure from Antioch, he discovered the towers of Circesium, the extreme limit of the Roman dominions. The army of Julian, the most numerous that any of the Caesars had ever led against Persia, consisted of 65,000 effective and well-disciplined soldiers. The veteran bands of cavalry and infantry of Romans and barbarians had been selected from the different provinces, and a just preeminence of loyalty and valor was claimed by the hardy Gauls who guarded the throne and person of their beloved prince. A formidable body of Scythian auxiliaries had been soldiers, but he prohibited the indulgence of wine, and rigorously stopped a long string of superfluous camels that attempted to follow the rear of the army. The river Chebarus falls into the Euphrates at Circesium 42. Ignorant, the love of rapine and war allured to the imperial standards several tribes of Saracens or roving Arabs whose service Julian had commanded, while he sternly refused the payment of the accustomed subsidies. The broad channel of the Euphrates 41 was crowded by a fleet of 1,100 ships, destined to attend the motions and to satisfy the wants of the Roman army. The military strength of the fleet was composed of 50 armed galleys, and these were accompanied by an equal number of flat-bottomed boats, which might occasionally be connected into the form of temporary bridges. The rest of the ships, partly constructed of timber and partly covered with rawhides, were laden with an almost inexhaustible supply of arms and engines, of utensils and provisions. The vigilant humanity of Julian had embarked a very large magazine of vinegar and biscuit for the use of that important fortress 43. And as soon as the trumpet gave the signal of march, the Romans passed the little stream which separated two mighty and hostile empires. The Julian enters the Persian territories. April 7th. Custom of ancient discipline required a military oration, and Julian embraced every opportunity of display. His eloquence, He animated the impatient and attentive legions by the example of the inflexible courage and glorious triumphs of their ancestors. He excited their resentment by a lively picture of the insolence of the Persians, and he exhorted them to imitate his firm resolution, either to extirpate of safety in the success of their arms. Yet the prudence of the emperor induced him to secure a remote frontier, perpetually exposed to the inroads of the hostile Arabs. A detachment of 4,000 men was left at Sircisium, which completed to the number of 10,000 the regular garrison of that perfidious nation, or to devote his life in the cause of the Republic. The eloquence of Julian was enforced by a donative of 130 pieces of silver to every soldier, and the bridge of the Cheverus was instantly cut away, to convince the troops that they must place their hopes. From the moment that the Romans entered his march over the desert of Mesopotamia, the enemy's country 44, the country of an active and artful enemy, the order of march was disposed in 3 columns 45. The strength of the infantry, and consequently of the whole army, was placed in the center under the peculiar command of their master General Victor. On the right, the brave Nevita led a column of several legions along the military honors of the Roman service, and, though a Christian, he might indulge the secret satisfaction of convincing his ungrateful country that an oppressed subject may prove the most dangerous enemy. Such was the disposition of the 3 principal columns, the front and of the royal race of the Sassanites who, in the troubles of the minority of Sapor, had escaped from prison to the hospitable court of the great Constantine. Hormisdas at first excited the compassion, and at length acquired the esteem of his new masters. His valor and fidelity raised him to banks of the Euphrates, and almost always in sight of the fleet. The left flank of the army was protected by the column of cavalry. Hormisdas and Orontheus were appointed generals of the horse, and the singular adventures of Hormisdas 46 are not undeserving of our notice. He was a Persian prince, and which is described by one of the companions of his expedition, the sage and heroic Xenophon 47. The country was a plain. Lands of Assyria may be considered as a part of the desert of Arabia, a dry and barren waste, which could never be improved by the most powerful arts of human industry. Julian marched over the same ground which had been trod above 700 years before by the footsteps of the younger Cyrus, preferred the duties of a general to the state of a monarch. He rapidly moved with a small escort of light cavalry to the front, the rear, the flanks, wherever his presence could animate or protect the march of the Roman army. The country which they traversed from the Cheverus to the cultivated flanks of the army were covered by Lucellinus with a flying detachment of 1,500 light-armed soldiers whose active vigilance observed the most distant signs and conveyed the earliest notice of any hostile approach. Dagalevus and Secundimus, Duke of Osirun, conducted the troops of the rear guard. The baggage securely proceeded in the intervals of the columns, and the ranks, from a motive either of use or ostentation, were formed in such open order that the whole line of march extended almost 10 miles. The ordinary post of Julian was at the head of the center column, but as he were alleviated by the amusements of the chase, The loose sand of the desert was frequently raised by the wind into clouds of dust, and a great number of the soldiers of Julian, with their tents, were suddenly thrown to the ground by the violence of an unexpected hurricane. Throughout, as even as the sea and full of wormwood, and if any other kind of shrubs or reeds grew there, they had all an aromatic smell, but no trees could be seen. Bustards and ostriches, antelopes and wild asses 48 appeared to be the only inhabitants of the desert, and the fatigues of the march. The sandy plains of Mesopotamia were abandoned his success to the antelopes and wild asses of the desert, but a variety of populous towns and villages were pleasantly situated on the banks of the Euphrates and in the islands which are occasionally formed by that river. The city of Anna, or Anatho 49, the actual residence of an Arabian emir, is composed of 2 long streets, which enclose within a natural fortification a small island in the midst and 2 fruitful spots on either side of the Euphrates. The warlike inhabitants of Anatho shewed a disposition to valiant Hormisdes escaped with some difficulty from there, stopped the march of a Roman emperor, till they were diverted from such fatal presumption by the mild exhortations of Prince Hormisdes and the approaching terrors of the fleet and army. They implored and experienced the clemency of Julian, who transplanted the people to an advantageous settlement near Chalcis in Syria, and admitted Puses, the governor, to an honorable rank in his service and friendship. But the impregnable fortress of Lilith could scorn the menace of a siege, and the emperor was obliged to content himself with an insulting promise that when he had subdued the interior provinces of Persia, Lilith would no longer refuse to grace the triumph of the conqueror. The inhabitants of the open towns, unable to resist and unwilling to yield, fled with precipitation, and their houses, filled with spoil and provisions, were occupied by the soldiers of Julian, who massacred without remorse and without punishment some defenseless women. During the march, the Shurinas, or Persian general, and Molokrotosis, the renowned emir of the tribe of Ghazan 50, incessantly hovered round the army. Every straggler was intercepted, every detachment was attacked, and the incursions of the Medes. These preliminaries of the expedition of Julian appear to have employed about 15 days, and we may compute near 300 miles from the fortress of Circesium to the wall of Macepracta 51 hands. But the barbarians were finally repulsed. The country became every day less favorable to the operations of cavalry, and when the Romans arrived at Macepracta, they perceived the ruins of the wall which had been constructed by the ancient kings of Assyria to secure their dominions from them, discharged themselves into the Persian Gulf 54, the whole country, the fertile province of Assyria 52, which stretched beyond the Tigris as far as the mountains description of Assyria, of Media 53, extended about 400 miles from the ancient wall of Macepracta to the territory of Basra, where the united streams of the Euphrates and Tigris refreshed the dry lands and supplied the deficiency of rain. They facilitated the intercourse of peace and commerce, and as the dams could be speedily broke down, they armed the despair of the Assyrians with the means of opposing a sudden deluge to the progress of an invading army to the soil, and rewarded with an increase of 2 or even of 3 400. The face of the country was interspersed with groves of innumerable palm trees. 55. And the diligent natives celebrated, either in verse or prose, that might have claimed the peculiar name of Mesopotamia, as the two rivers, which are never more distant than 50, approach between Baghdad and Babylon, within 25 miles of each other. A multitude of artificial canals dug without much labor in a soft and yielding soil connected the rivers. Climate of Assyria, nature had denied some of her choicest gifts, the vine, the olive, and the fig tree, but the food which supports the life of man, and particularly wheat and barley, were produced with inexhaustible fertility, and the husbandman, who committed his seed to the earth, was frequently, and intersected the plain of Assyria. The uses of these artificial canals were various and important. They served to discharge the superfluous waters from one river into the other at the season of their respective inundations, subdividing themselves into smaller and smaller branches. English bushel of silver, we may compute the annual revenue of Assyria at more than 1,200,000 pounds sterling. 56. 360 uses to which the trunk, the branches, the leaves, the juice, and the fruit were skillfully applied. Several manufacturers, especially those of leather and linen, employed the industry of a numerous people and afforded valuable materials for foreign trade, which appears great. King, 4 considerable villages were assigned for the subsistence of his Indian dogs. 800 stallions and 16,000 mares were constantly kept at the expense of the country for the royal stables, and as the daily tribute, which was paid to the satrap, amounted to 1. Bricks, dried in the sun and strongly cemented with bitumen, the natural and peculiar production of the Babylonian soil. While the successors of Cyrus reigned over Asia, the province of Assyria alone maintained, during a third part of the year, the luxurious plenty of the table and household of the however, to have been conducted by the hands of strangers. Babylon had been converted into a royal park, but near the ruins of the ancient capital, new cities had successively risen, and the populousness of the country was displayed in the multitude of towns and villages which were built of rashness. At the distance of 50 miles from the royal residence, siege of Perisibber of Ctesiphon, Perisibber or Anbar, held. The fields of Assyria were devoted by Julian to the calamities of war, and the philosopher retaliated on a guiltless people the acts of rapine invasion of Assyria, d. 363, May, and cruelty, which had been committed by their haughty master in the Roman provinces. The trembling Assyrians summoned the rivers to their assistance and completed with their own hands the ruin of their country. The roads were rendered impracticable, a flood of waters was poured into the camp, and during several days the troops of Julian were obliged to contend with the most discouraging hardships. But every obstacle was surmounted by the perseverance of the legionaries, who were inured to toil as well as to danger, and who felt themselves animated by the spirit of their leader. The damage was gradually repaired. The waters were restored to their proper channels. Whole groves of palm trees were cut down and placed along the broken parts of the road, and the army passed over the broad and deeper canals on bridges of floating rafts, which were supported by the help of ladders. two cities of Assyria presumed to resist the arms of a Roman emperor, and they both paid the severe penalty of death. And the place was surrendered only 2 days after Julian first appeared. The second rank in the province, a city large, populous, and well fortified, surrounded with a double wall, almost encompassed by a branch of the Euphrates and defended by the valor of a numerous garrison. The exhortations of Hormisdas were repulsed with contempt, and the ears of the Persian won the side of the besieged. But as soon as an Heliopolis had been constructed, which could engage on equal terms with the loftiest ramparts, the tremendous aspect of a moving turret that would leave no hope of resistance or of mercy terrified the defenders of the citadel into an humble submission. Shattering one of the angles of the wall, they hastily retired into the fortifications of the interior citadel. The soldiers of Julian rushed impetuously into the town, and after the full gratification of every military appetite, Pericebur was reduced to ashes, and the engines which assaulted the citadel were planted on the ruins of the smoking houses. The contest was continued by an incessant and mutual discharge of missile weapons, and the superiority which the Romans might derive from the mechanical powers of their ballista and catapulta was counterbalanced by the advantage of the ground. Prince were wounded by a just reproach that, unmindful of his royal birth, he conducted an army of strangers against his king and country. The Assyrians maintained their loyalty by a skillful, as well as vigorous, defense, till the lucky stroke of a battering ram, having opened a large breach by service, the useless stores were destroyed by fire or thrown into the stream of the Euphrates, and the fate of Amida was revenged by the total ruin of Pericebur. Under the walls of Pericebur, 2,500 persons of both sexes, the feeble remnant of a flourishing people, were permitted to retire. The plentiful magazines of corn, of arms, and of splendid furniture were partly distributed among the troops and partly reserved for the public. His troops into the heart of the city, under the direction of Nevita and Dagalevas, the trenches were opened at a considerable distance and gradually prolonged as far as the edge of the ditch. The city, or rather fortress of Meogamalcha, which was defended by 16 large towers, a deep ditch, and 2 strong and solid walls of brick and bitumen, appears to have been constructed at the distance of 11 miles as the safeguard of the capital of Persia. The country, as far as the banks of the Tigris and the suburbs of Ctesiphon. The conduct of the attack was assumed by Julian himself, who seemed to place his whole dependence in the military engines which he erected against the walls, while he secretly contrived a more efficacious method of introducing. Emperor, apprehensive of leaving such an important fortress in his rear, immediately formed the siege of Meogamalcha, and the Roman army was distributed for that purpose into 3 divisions. Victor, at the head of the cavalry and of a detachment of heavy armed foot, was ordered to clear the Wisban, till their intrepid leader whispered back the intelligence that he was ready to issue from his confinement into the streets of the hostile city. Julian checked their ardor, that he might ensure their success, and immediately diverted the attention of the garrison by the tumult and clamor of or humanity must have. Ditch was speedily filled with earth, and by the incessant labor of the troops, a mine was carried under the foundations of the walls and sustained at sufficient intervals by props of timber. 3 chosen cohorts, advancing in a single file, silently explored the dark and dangerous passage. General assault. The Persians, who from their walls contemptuously beheld the progress of an impotent attack, celebrated with songs of triumph the glory of Sibor, and ventured to assure the emperor that he might ascend the starry mansion of Walmust before he could hope to take the impregnable. The city, the astonished garrison abandoned the walls, and their only hope of safety, the gates were instantly burst open, and the revenge of the soldier, unless it were suspended by lust or avarice, was satiated by an undistinguishing massacre. The governor, who had yielded on a promise of mercy, city of Melgamalcha, the city was already taken. History has recorded the name of a private soldier, the first who ascended from the mine into a deserted tower. The passage was widened by his companions, who pressed forwards with impatient valor. 1,500 enemies were already in the midst of alive. A few days afterwards, on a charge of having uttered some disrespectful words against the honor of Prince Hormisdas, the fortifications were razed to the ground, and not a vestige was left that the city of Malgamalcha had ever existed. The neighborhood of the capital of Persia was adorned. Walks and spacious parks were enclosed for the reception of the bears, lions, and wild boars, which were maintained at a considerable expense for the pleasure of the royal chase. The park walls were broken down. The savage game was abandoned to the darts of the soldiers, and the palaces of Sipra, with 3 stately palaces, laboriously enriched with every production that could gratify the luxury and pride of an Eastern monarch. The pleasant situation of the gardens along the banks of the Tigris was improved according to the Persian taste by the symmetry of flowers, fountains, and shady, were reduced to ashes by the command of the Roman emperor. Julian, on this occasion, shewed himself ignorant or careless of the laws of civility, which the prudence and refinement of polished ages have established between hostile princes. Yet these wanton ravages need not excite in our breasts any vehement emotions of pity or resentment. A simple, naked statue finished by the hand of a Grecian artist is of more genuine value than all these rude and costly monuments of barbaric labor. And if we are more deeply affected by the ruin of a palace than by the conflagration of a cottage, formed a very erroneous estimate of the miseries of human life. 57. Preserved his chastity pure and inviolate, nor was Julian. Philosophic hero appeared in a more amiable light, and his virtues were never more conspicuously displayed than in the last and most active period of his life. He practiced without effort, and almost without merit, the habitual qualities of temperance and sobriety, according to the dictates of that artificial wisdom, which assumes an absolute dominion over the mind and body. He sternly refused himself the indulgence of the most natural appetites. 59. In the warm climate of Assyria, which solicited a luxurious people to the gratification of every sensual desire. 60. A youthful conqueror, Julian was an object of terror and hatred. To personal behavior of Julian, the Persians and the painters of that nation represented the invader of their country under the emblem of a furious lion, who vomited from his mouth a consuming fire. 58. To his friends and soldiers, suddenly rushed upon him with drawn scimitars. The emperor dexterously received their blows on his uplifted shield, and, garment of the meanest soldier, the two sieges allowed him some remarkable opportunities of signalizing his personal valor, which in the improved state of the military art can seldom be exerted by a prudent general. The emperor stood before the citadel of Perecever, insensible of his extreme. When the Romans marched through the flat and flooded country, their sovereign, on foot at the head of his legions, shared their fatigues and animated their diligence. In every useful labor, the hand of Julian was prompt and strenuous, and the imperial purple was wet and dirty as the course. Danger and encouraged his troops to burst open the gates of iron, till he was almost overwhelmed under a cloud of missile weapons and huge stones that were directed against his person. As he examined the exterior fortifications of Malgamalcha, two Persians devoting themselves for their country, ever tempted, even by motive of curiosity, to visit his female captives of exquisite beauty 61, who, instead of resisting his power, would have disputed with each other the honor of his embraces, with the same firmness that he resisted the allurements of love, he sustained the hardships of war. The rigor of ancient discipline, he punished with death or ignominy the misbehavior of 3 troops of horse who, in a skirmish with the Shurnas, had lost their honor and one of their standards, and he distinguished with obsidianal. With a steady and well-aimed thrust laid one of his adversaries dead at his feet. The esteem of a prince who possesses the virtues which he approves is the noblest recompense of a deserving subject, and the authority which Julian derived from his personal merit enabled him to revive and enforce. Added Julian, the Roman Republic, which formerly possessed such immense treasures, is now reduced to want and wretchedness, since our princes have been persuaded by weak and interested ministers to purchase with gold the 62 crowns the valor of the foremost soldiers who had ascended into the city of Malgamalcha. After the siege of Perecever, the firmness of the emperor was exercised by the insolent avarice of the army, who loudly complained that their services were rewarded by a trifling donative of 100 pieces of silver. His just indignation was expressed in the grave and manly language of a Roman. Riches are the object of your desires. Those riches are in the hands of the Persians, and the spoils of this fruitful country are proposed as the prize of your valor and discipline. Believe. 63. The modest resolution of Julian was answered by the unanimous applause and cheerful obedience of the Romans, who declared their confidence of shall not blush to acknowledge an honorable poverty which in the days of ancient virtue was considered as the glory of Fabrices. That glory and that virtue may be your own if you listen to the voice of heaven and of your leader. But if you will rashly persist, if you are determined to renew, there are now among you, I speak it with pride and pleasure, there are many chiefs whose merit and experience are equal to the conduct of the most important war. Such has been the temper of my reign, that I can retire without regret and without apprehension to the obscurity of a private station. The shameful and mischievous examples of old citizens proceed as it becomes an emperor who has filled the first rank among men. I am prepared to die standing and to despise a precarious life which every hour may depend on an accidental fever. if I have been found unworthy of the command, tranquility of the barbarians. The revenue is exhausted, the cities are ruined, the provinces are dispeopled. For myself, the only inheritance that I have received from my royal ancestors is a soul incapable of fear, and as long as I am convinced that every real advantage is seated in the mind, Victory. While they fought under the banners of their heroic prince, their courage was kindled by his frequent and familiar asseverations, for such wishes were the oaths of Julian. So may I reduce the Persians under the yoke. Thus may I restore the strength and splendor of the Republic. The love of fame was the ardent passion of his soul, but it was not before he trampled on the ruins of Malgamocha that he allowed himself to say, "We have now provided some materials for the sophist of CMt&x 64. The successful valor of Julian had triumphed. He transports his fleet from the Euphrates to the Tigris, over all the obstacles that opposed his march to the gates of Ctesiphon. But the reduction, or even the siege of the capital of Persia, was still at a distance, nor can the military, which in the time of Julian was a great and populous city, the name and glory of the adjacent Seleucia were forever extinguished, and the only remaining quarter of that Greek colony had resumed, with the Assyrian language and manners, the primitive appellation of Koch. Conduct of the emperor be clearly apprehended, without a knowledge of the country which was the theater of his bold and skillful operations. 65. 20 miles to the south of Baghdad, and on the eastern bank of the Tigris, the curiosity of travelers has observed some ruins of the palaces of Ctesiphon. Situation of Koch would have separated the fleet and army of Julian, and the rash attempt of steering against the current of the Tigris, and Koch was situate on the western side of the Tigris, but it was naturally considered as a suburb of Ctesiphon, with which we may suppose it to have been connected by a permanent bridge of boats. The united parts contributed to form the common epithet of Almudane, the cities which the Orientals have bestowed on the winter residents of the Sassanids, and the whole circumference of the Persian capital was strongly fortified by the waters of the river, by lofty walls, and by impracticable morasses. Near the ruins of Seleucia, the camp of Julian was fixed and secured by a ditch and rampart against the sallies of the numerous and enterprising garrison of Koch. In this fruitful and pleasant country, the Romans were plentifully supplied with water and forage, and several forts, which might have embarrassed the motions of the army, submitted, after some resistance, to the efforts of their valor. The fleet passed from the Euphrates into an artificial derivation of that river, which pours a copious and navigable stream into the Tigris at a small distance below the great city. If they had followed this royal canal, which bore the name of Narmacha 66, the intermediate, forcing their way through the midst of a hostile capital, must have been attended with the total destruction of the Roman navy. The prudence of the emperor foresaw the danger and provided the remedy. As he had minutely studied the operations of Trajan in the same country, he soon recollected that their new bed and the Roman fleet steering their triumphant course into the Tigris derided the vain and ineffectual barriers which the Persians of Ctesiphon had erected to oppose their passage. His warlike predecessor had dug a new and navigable canal, which, leaving Kachi on the right hand, conveyed the waters of the Nehar Macha into the river Tigris at some distance above the cities. From the information of the peasants, Julian ascertained the vestiges of this ancient work, which were almost obliterated by design or accident. By the indefatigable labor of the soldiers, a broad and deep channel was speedily prepared for the reception of the Euphrates. A strong dike was constructed to interrupt the ordinary current of the Nehar Macha. A flood of waters rushed impetuously into entrenchments which had been formed on the ridge of the opposite bank, were aligned with a numerous army of heavy cuirassiers, dexterous. As it became necessary to transport the Roman passage of the Tigris and victory of the Romans' army over the Tigris, another labor presented itself of less toil, but of more danger than the preceding expedition. The stream was broad and rapid, the ascent steep and difficult, But when the venerable Sallust assumed the privilege of his age and experience, the rest of the chiefs supported with freedom the weight of his prudent archers and huge elephants who, according to the extravagant hyperbole of Libanius, could trample with the same ease a field of corn or a legion of Romans 67. In the presence of such an enemy, the construction of a bridge was impracticable, and the intrepid prince, who instantly seized the only possible expedient, concealed his design till the moment of execution from the knowledge of the barbarians, of his own troops, and even of his generals themselves, under the specious pretense of examining the state of the magazines. 80 vessels were gradually unladen, and a select celebrated under the walls of Kaj. The day was consecrated to pleasure, but as soon as the hour of supper was past, the emperor summoned the generals to his tent and acquainted them that he had fixed that night for the passage of the Tigris. They stood in silent and respectful astonishment. Detachment, apparently destined for some secret expedition, was ordered to stand to their arms on the first signal. Julian disguised the silent anxiety of his own mind with smiles of confidence and joy, and amused the hostile nations with the spectacle of military games, which he insultingly Remonstrances 68. Julian contented himself with observing that conquest and safety depended on the attempt that, instead of diminishing, the number of their enemies would be increased by successive reinforcements, and that a longer delay would neither contract the breadth of the stream nor level. Difficulties of a steep and lofty ascent were increased by the weight of armor and the darkness of the night. A shower of stones, darts, and fire was incessantly discharged on the heads of the assailants, who, after the appointed signal, let us hasten to emulate and assist their courage. The united and rapid motion of a great fleet broke the violence of the current, and they reached the eastern shore of the Tigris with sufficient speed to extinguish the flames and rescue their adventurous companions. The opposite side, and Julian, who too clearly understood that his foremost vessels, in attempting to land, had been fired by the enemy, dexterously converted their extreme danger into a presage of victory. "Our fellow soldiers," he eagerly exclaimed, "are already masters of the bank. See, they make the height of the bank." The signal was instantly given, and obeyed. The most impatient of the legionaries leaped into 5 vessels that lay nearest to the bank, and as they plied their oars with intrepid diligence, they were lost, after a few moments, in the darkness of the night. a flame rose on. Himself, they were pursued to the gates of Ctesiphon, and the conquerors might have entered the dismayed city 71 if their general Victor, who was dangerously wounded with arduous struggle, climbed the bank and stood victorious upon the rampart. As soon as they possessed a more equal field, Julian, who with his light infantry had led the attack 69, darted through the ranks a skillful and experienced eye, his bravest soldiers, according to the precepts of Homer 70, deprive the barbarians by a closer onset of the advantage of their missile weapons. The whole engagement lasted above 12 hours, till the gradual retreat of the Persians was changed into a disorderly flight, of which the shameful example was given by the principal leaders, and the Shurnas were distributed in the front and rear, and all the trumpets of the imperial army founded to battle. The Romans, after sending up a military shout, advanced in measured steps to the animating notes of martial music, launched their formidable javelins, and rushed forwards with drawn swords to ambiguous signs that he had now reached the term of his prosperity 72. An arrow had not conjured them to desist from a rash attempt, which must be fatal if it were not successful. On their side, the Romans acknowledged the loss of only 75 men, while they affirmed that the barbarians had left on the field of battle 2,500 or even 6. Honorable gifts, civic and mural and naval crowns, which he, and perhaps he alone, esteemed more precious than the wealth of Asia. A solemn sacrifice was offered to the god of war, but the appearances of the victims threatened the most inauspicious events, and Julian soon discovered, by less thousand of their bravest soldiers, the spoil was such as might be expected from the riches and luxury of an oriental camp. Large quantities of silver and gold, splendid arms and trappings, and beds and tables of massy silver. The victorious emperor distributed as the rewards of valor, some. On the second day after the battle, the domestic guards, the Jovians and Herculeans, and the situation and obstinacy of Julian, I.D. 363, June, remaining troops, which composed near 2/3 of the whole army, were securely wafted over the Tigris 73, while the Persians beheld. From the walls of Ctesiphon the desolation of the adjacent country, Julian cast many an anxious look towards the north in full expectation that as he himself had victoriously penetrated to the capital of Cypr, the march and junction of his lieutenants, Sebastian and Procopius, would be executed. Undertaking, it is not easy for us to conceive by what arts of fortification a city thrice besieged and taken by the predecessors of Julian could be rendered impregnable against an army of 60,000 Romans commanded by a brave and experienced general and abundantly supplied. Executing any plan for the public service, when the emperor had relinquished the hope of this important reinforcement, he condescended to hold a council of war, and approved, after a full debate, the sentiment of those generals who dissuaded the siege of Ctesiphon as a fruitless and pernicious. With the same courage and diligence, his expectations were disappointed by the treachery of the Armenian king, who permitted, and most probably directed, the desertion of his auxiliary troops from the camp of the Romans 74, and by the dissensions of the two generals who were incapable of forming war. refused to purchase with one half of his kingdom the safety of the remainder, and he would have gladly subscribed himself in a treaty of peace. Ctesiphon he rejected with obstinacy and disdain the most flattering offers of a negotiation of peace. Sepor, who had been so long accustomed to the tardy ostentation of Constantius, was surprised by the intrepid diligence of his successor. As far as the confines of India and Scythia, the satraps of the distant provinces were ordered to assemble their troops and to march without delay to the assistance of their monarch, but their preparations were dilatory, their motions slow, and before Sepor could lead an army into the field, he received the melancholy intelligence of the devastation of Assyria, the ruin of his palaces, and the slaughter of his bravest troops who defended the passage of the Tigris. The pride of royalty was humbled in the dust. He took his repasts on the ground, and the disorder of his hair expressed the grief and anxiety of his mind. Perhaps he would not have, with ships, provisions, battering engines, and military stores, but we may rest assured from the love of glory and contempt of danger which formed the character of Julian, that he was not discouraged by any trivial or imaginary obstacle. 75. At the very time when he declined the siege of earnestly requested that Hormisdas would privately dismiss the minister of Sepor and conceal this dangerous temptation from the knowledge of the camp. 76. The faithful and dependent only of the Roman conqueror, under the pretense of private business, a minister of rank and confidence was secretly dispatched to embrace the knees of Hormisdas and to request in the language of a supplant that he might be introduced into the presence of the emperor. Astonished by the inflexible firmness of a hero who remembered, most unfortunately for himself and for his country, that Alexander had uniformly rejected the propositions of Darius, but as Julian was sensible that the hope of a safe and honorable peace might cool the ardor of his troops, the Sasanian prince, whether he listened to the voice of pride or humanity, whether he consulted the sentiments of his birth or the duties of his situation, was equally inclined to promote a salutary measure which would terminate the calamities of Persia and secure the triumph of Rome. He was the honor as well as interest of Julian. He burns his fleet, forbade him to consume his time under the impregnable walls of Ctesiphon, and as often as he defied the barbarians who defended the city, to meet him on the open plain, they prudently. Mankind appeared to reign his prudence and to endanger his safety. He destroyed in a single hour the whole navy, which had been replied that if he desired to exercise his valor, he might seek the army of the great king. He felt the insult, and he accepted the advice. Instead of confining his servile march to the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris, he resolved to imitate the adventurous spirit of Alexander and boldly to, full of danger, of falsehood, and of shame. 77. With a train of faithful followers, he deserted to the imperial camp, exposed in a specious tale the injuries which he had sustained, exaggerated the cruelty of Sepor, the discontent of the people, and the weakness of the monarchy, and confidently offered himself as the hostage and guide of the Roman march. The most rational grounds of suspicion were urged without effect by the wisdom and experience of Hormisdas, and the credulous Julian, receiving the traitor into his bosom, was persuaded to issue an hasty order which, in the opinion of, advance into the inland provinces till he forced his rival to contend with him, perhaps in the plains of Arbela for the empire of Asia. The magnanimity of Julian was applauded and betrayed by the arts of a noble Persian who, in the cause of his country, had generously submitted to act the part, was not very considerable. Apostate who executed with his own hands the sentence of divine justice, their authority of less weight, perhaps in a military question, is confirmed by the cool judgment of an experienced soldier who was himself spectator of the conflagration and who could not disapprove the reluctant. Transported above 500 miles at so great an expense of toil, of treasure, and of blood, 12 or, at the most, 22 small vessels were saved to accompany on carriages the march of the army and to form occasional bridges for the passage of the rivers. A supply of 20 days' provisions was reserved for the use of the soldiers, and the rest of the magazines, with a fleet of 1,100 vessels which rode at anchor in the Tigris, were abandoned to the flames by the absolute command of the emperor. The Christian bishops Gregory and Augustine insult the madness of the murmurs of the troops 78. Yet there are not wanting some specious and perhaps solid reasons which might justify the resolution of Julian. The navigation of the Euphrates never ascended above Babylon, nor that of the Tigris above Apis 79. The distance of the last mentioned city from the Roman camp. Fortune of the leader. If, on the contrary, it was advisable to advance into the inland country, the destruction of the fleet and magazines was the only measure which could save that valuable prize from the hands of the numerous and active troops which might suddenly be poured from the gates of Ctesiphon. Had the arms of Julian been victorious, we should now admire the conduct as well as the courage of a hero who, by depriving his soldiers of the hopes of a retreat, left them only the alternative of death or conquest. 82. Ships against the current of the river, the strength of 20,000 soldiers was exhausted in this tedious and servile labor, and if the Romans continued to march along the banks of the Tigris, they could only expect to return home without achieving any enterprise worthy of the genius war. And Julian must soon have renounced the vain and impracticable attempt of forcing upwards a great fleet against the stream of a rapid river 80, which in several places was embarrassed by natural or artificial cataracts. 81. The power of sails or oars was insufficient. It became necessary to tow the mountains of Media was filled with villages and towns, and the fertile soil, for the most part, was in a very improved state of the cumbersome train of artillery and wagons which retards the operations of a modern army were in a great measure unknown in the end marches against seaport camps of the Romans. 83. Yet, in every age, the subsistence of 60,000 men must have been one of the most important cares of a prudent general, and that subsistence could only be drawn from his own or from the enemy's country. Had it been possible for Julian to maintain a bridge of communication on the Tigris and to preserve the conquered places of Assyria, a desolated province could not afford any large or regular supplies in a season of the year when the lands were covered by the inundation of the Euphrates. 84. and the unwholesome air was darkened with swarms of innumerable insects. 85. The appearance of the hostile country was far more inviting. The extensive region that lies between the river Tigris and wealthy and unwarlike cities of Ecbatana or Susa by the effort of a rapid and well-directed march. 86. But he was deprived of this last resource by his ignorance of the roads and by of a smoking and naked desert. This desperate but effectual method of defense can only be executed by the enthusiasm of a people who prefer their independence to their property, or by the rigor of an arbitrary government which consults the public safety without submitting to their inclinations. Blasted, wherever they moved, the inhabitants deserted the open villages and took shelter in the fortified towns. The cattle was driven away, the grass and ripe corn were consumed with fire, and as soon as the flames had subsided which interrupted the march of Julian, he beheld the melancholy face. Cultivation. Julian might expect that a conqueror who possessed the two forcible instruments of persuasion, steel and gold, would easily procure a plentiful subsistence from the fears or avarice of the natives. But on the approach of the Romans, this rich and smiling prospect was instantly the liberty of choice. On the present occasion, the zeal and obedience of the Persians seconded the commands of Sepor, and the emperor was soon reduced to the scanty stock of provisions which continually wasted in his hands. Before they were entirely consumed, he might still have reached them. Troops obeyed the signal of the retreat only 70 days after they had passed the Chebaras with the sanguine June 16 expectation of subverting the throne of Persia. 87. The perfidy of his guides. The Romans wandered several days in the country to the eastward of Baghdad. The Persian deserter who had artfully led them into the snare escaped from their resentment, and his followers, as soon as they were put to the torture, confessed the secret of the conspiracy. The visionary conquests of Hyrcania and India, which had so long amused, now tormented the mind of Julian. Conscious that his own imprudence was the cause of the public distress, he anxiously balanced the hopes of safety or success, without obtaining a satisfactory answer either from gods or men. At length, as the only practicable measure, he embraced the resolution of directing his steps towards the banks of the Tigris, with the design of saving the army by a hasty march to the confines of Cordoon, a fertile and friendly province, which acknowledged the sovereignty of Rome. The desponding. As long as the Romans seemed to advance retreat and distress of the Roman army into the country, their march was observed and insulted from a distance by several bodies of Persian cavalry, who, shewing themselves sometimes in loose and sometimes in closer order, perhaps of equal value in the eyes, faintly skirmished with the advanced guards. These detachments were, however, supported by much greater force, and the heads of the columns were no sooner pointed towards the Tigris than a cloud of dust rose on the plain. The Romans, who now aspired only to the permission of a safe and speedy ground, afforded frequent and favorable opportunities to their vigilant enemies. The Persians repeatedly charged with fury. They were repeatedly repulsed with firmness, and the action at Moongo, which almost deserved the name of a battle, was marked by a considerable loss of satraps and elephants. Retreat. endeavored to persuade themselves that this formidable appearance was occasioned by a troop of wild asses, or perhaps by the approach of some friendly Arabs. They halted, pitched their tents, fortified their camp, passed the whole night in continual alarms, and discovered at the dawn of sons and many of the principal satraps, and fame and expectation exaggerated the strength of the remaining powers, which slowly advanced under the conduct of Sibor himself. As the Romans continued their march, their long ray, which was forced to bend or divide according to the varieties of the day, that they were surrounded by an army of Persians. This army, which might be considered only as the van of the barbarians, was soon followed by the main body of cuirassiers, archers, and elephants, commanded by Miranes, a general of rank and reputation. He was accompanied by 2 of the kings. Diminished, the value and price of subsistence increased in the Roman of their monarch. These splendid advantages were not obtained without an adequate slaughter on the side of the Romans. Several officers of distinction were either killed or wounded, and the emperor himself, who on all occasions of danger inspired and guided the valor of his troops, was obliged to expose his person and exert his abilities. The weight of offensive and defensive arms, which still constituted the strength and safety of the Romans, disabled them from making any long or effectual pursuit, and as the horsemen of the east were trained to dart their javelins and shoot their arrows, fainted under the sultry heat of an Assyrian summer. Their vigor was exhausted by the incessant repetition of march and combat, and the progress of the army was suspended by the precautions of a slow and dangerous retreat in the presence of an active enemy. Every day, every hour, as the supply, at full speed and in every possible direction 88. The cavalry of Persia was never more formidable than in the moment of a rapid and disorderly flight. But the most certain and irreparable loss of the Romans was that of time. The hardy veterans, accustomed to the cold climate of Gaul and Germany, only to aggravate the sense of the public distress, and the Romans began to entertain the most gloomy apprehensions that before they could reach the frontiers of the empire, they should all perish either by famine or by the sword of the barbarians. 90. Camp 89. Julian, who always contented himself with such food as a hungry soldier would have disdained, distributed for the use of the troops the provisions of the imperial household, and whatever could be spared from the sumpter horses of the tribunes and generals. But this feeble relief served spirits with the coolness of the midnight air. He beheld her, while Julian struggled with the almost insuperable Julian is mortally wounded. Difficulties of his situation, the silent hours of the night were still devoted to study and contemplation. Whenever he closed his eyes in short and interrupted slumbers, his mind was agitated with painful anxiety. Nor can it be thought surprising that the genius of the empire should once more appear before him, covering with a funereal veil his head and his horn of abundance, and slowly retiring from the imperial tent. The monarch started from his couch and, stepping forth to refresh his weary, fiery meteor which shot athwart the sky and suddenly vanished, Julian was convinced that he had seen the menacing countenance of the god of war. 91. The council which he summoned of Tuscan haruspices. 92. Unanimously pronounced that he should abstain from action, but on this occasion, necessity and the front, and as he galloped between the columns, the center of the left was attacked and almost overpowered by a furious charge of the Persian cavalry and elephants. This huge body was soon defeated by the well-timed that his rear was suddenly attacked. The heat of the weather had tempted him to lay aside his cuirass, but he snatched a shield from one of his attendants and hastened with a sufficient reinforcement to the relief of the rear guard. A similar danger recalled the intrepid prince to the defense of reason were more prevalent than superstition, and the trumpets sounded at the break of day. The army marched through a hilly country, and the hills had been secretly occupied by the Persians. Julian led the van with the skill and attention of a consummate general. He was alarmed by the intelligence was maintained by the two armies till they were separated by the total darkness of the night. The Persians derived some honor from the advantage which they obtained, and oppressed by the disorderly throng of friends and enemies, reminded their fearless sovereign that he was without armor and conjured him to decline the fall of the impending ruin. As they exclaimed 93, a cloud of darts and arrows was discharged from the flying squadrons, and a javelin, after evolution of the light infantry, who aimed their weapons with dexterity and effect against the backs of the horsemen and the legs of the elephants. The barbarians fled, and Julian, who was foremost in every danger, animated the pursuit with his voice and gestures. His trembling guards scattered. Emperor was gently raised from the ground and conveyed out of the tumult of the battle into an adjacent tent. The report of the melancholy event passed from rank to rank, but the grief of the Romans inspired them with invincible valor and the desire of revenge. The bloody and obstinate conflict, raising the skin of his arm, transpierced the ribs and fixed in the inferior part of the liver. Julian attempted to draw the deadly weapon from his side, but his fingers were cut by the sharpness of the steel, and he fell senseless from his horse. His guards flew to his relief, and the wounded, their bravest soldiers, and the success of the Romans, if Julian had survived, might have been improved into a decisive and useful victory. Against the left wing, where Anatolis, master of the offices, was slain, and the prefect Sallust very narrowly escaped. But the event of the day was adverse to the barbarians. They abandoned the field, their two generals, Meranes and Noordates 94. 50 nobles were satraps, and a multitude of tent of Julian with the prison of Socrates, and the spectators whom duty or friendship or curiosity had assembled round his couch listened with respectful grief to the funeral oration of their dying emperor. 95 friends and fellow soldiers. The first words that Julian uttered after the death of Julian, d. 363, June 26, recovery from the fainting fit into which he had been thrown by loss of blood, were expressive of his martial spirit. He called for his horse and arms and was impatient to rush into the battle. His remaining strength was exhausted by the painful effort, and the surgeons who examined his wound discovered the symptoms of approaching death. He employed the awful moments with the firm temper of a hero and a sage of the philosophers who had accompanied him in this fatal expedition. Compared the seasonable period of my departure is now arrived. and I discharge with the cheerfulness of a ready debtor the demands of nature. I have learned from philosophy how much the soul is more excellent than the body, and that the separation of the nobler substance should be the subject of joy, rather remorse, as I have lived without guilt. I am pleased to reflect on the innocence of my private life, and I can affirm with confidence that the supreme authority, that emanation of the divine power, has been preserved in my hands pure and immaculate. Detesting the corrupt and destructive maxims of despotism, I have considered the happiness of the people as the end of government. Submitting my actions to the laws of prudence, of justice, and of moderation, I have trusted the event to the care of Providence. Peace was the object of my counsels as long as peace. Then of affliction, I have learned from religion that an early death has often been the reward of piety. 96. And I accept as a favor of the gods the mortal stroke that secures me from the danger of disgracing a character which has hitherto been supported by virtue and fortitude. I die without discourse, which Julian pronounced in a firm and gentle tone of voice. He distributed, by a military testament. 97. The remains of his private was consistent with the public welfare. But when the imperious voice of my country summoned me to arms, I exposed my person to the dangers of war with the clear foreknowledge which I had acquired from the art of divination, that I was destined to fall by the sword. I now offer my tribute of might be imprudent or injudicious, and if it should not be ratified by the consent of the army, it might be fatal to the person whom I should recommend. I shall only, as a good citizen, express my hopes that the Romans may be blessed with the government of a virtuous sovereign. After this, equally absurd, equally base to solicit or to decline the stroke of fate. Thus much I have attempted to say, but my strength fails me, and I feel the approach of death. I shall cautiously refrain from any word that may tend to influence your suffrages in the election of an emperor. My choice. Gratitude to the eternal being who has not suffered me to perish by the cruelty of a tyrant, by the secret dagger of conspiracy, or by the slow tortures of lingering disease. He has given me, in the midst of an honorable career, a splendid and glorious departure from this world, and I hold it fortune. And making some inquiry why Anatolis was not present, he understood from the answer of Sallust that Anatolis was killed, and bewailed, with amiable inconsistency, the loss of his friend. At the same time he reproved the immoderate grief of the spectators, and conjured them not to end of that extraordinary man in the 32nd year of his age, after a reign of 1 year and about 8 months from the death of Constantius. In his last moments he displayed, perhaps with some ostentation, the love of virtue. Mind, as well as body, most probably hastened his death. His wound began to bleed with fresh violence. His respiration was embarrassed by the swelling of the veins. He called for a draught of cold water, and as soon as he had drank it, expired without pain, about the hour of midnight. Such was the disgrace by unmanly tears, the fate of a prince who in a few moments would be united with heaven and with the stars. 98. The spectators were silent, and Julian entered into a metaphysical argument with the philosophers Priscus and Maximus on the nature of the soul, the efforts which he made of and of fame, which had been the ruling passions of his life. 99. government, which had almost forgotten the distinction of pure and noble blood. The superiority of birth was of little moment, the claims of official rank were accidental and precarious, and the candidates who might aspire to ascend the vacant throne could be supported only by the consciousness of personal merit or by the hopes of popular favor. But the situation of a famished army encompassed and successor. But the royal race of Constantius Taurus was reduced to his own person, and if he entertained any serious thoughts of investing with the purple the most worthy among the Romans, he was diverted from his resolution by the difficulty of the choice, the jealousy of power, the fear of ingratitude, and the natural presumption of health, of youth, and of prosperity. His unexpected death left the empire without a master and without an heir, in a state of perplexity and danger, which in the space of fourscore years had never been experienced since the election of Diocletian. In the triumph of Christianity and the calamities election of the Emperor Jovian, at d. 363, June 27, of the empire may in some measure be ascribed to Julian himself, who had neglected to secure the future execution of his designs by the timely and judicious nomination of an associate. On all sides by an host of barbarians shortened the moments of grief and deliberation. In this scene of terror and distress, the body of the deceased prince, according to his own directions, was decently embalmed, and at the dawn of day, the generals convened a military synod, at which the not alleged his age and infirmities so unequal to the weight of the diadem. The generals, who were surprised and perplexed by his refusal, shewed some disposition to adopt the salutary advice of an inferior officer 100, that they should act as they. Orestes collected the remains of the court of Constantius. The friends of Julian attached themselves to the Gallic chiefs, Dagalaiphus and Nevitor, and the most fatal consequences might be apprehended from the discord of two factions so opposite in their character and interest in their maxims of government and perhaps in their religious principles. The superior virtues of Sallust could alone reconcile their divisions and unite their suffrages, and the venerable prefect would immediately have been declared the successor of Julian, if he himself, with sincere and modest firmness, had. Commanders of the legions and the officers, both of cavalry and infantry, were invited to assist. 3 or 4 hours of the night had not passed away without some secret cabals, and when the election of an emperor was proposed, the spirit of faction began to agitate the assembly. Victor and sovereign. While they debated, a few voices saluted Jovian, who was no more than first, would have acted in the absence of the emperor, that they should exert their abilities to extricate the army from the present distress, and if they were fortunate enough to reach the confines of Mesopotamia, they should proceed with united and deliberate councils in the election of a lawful, obscure freedom of a private station. The son indulged his taste for wine and women, yet he supported with credit the character of a Christian 102 and a soldier, without being conspicuous. 101 of the domestics, with the names of Emperor and Augustus. The tumultuary acclamation was instantly repeated by the guards who surrounded the tent, and passed in a few minutes to the extremities of the line. The new prince, astonished with his own fortune, was hastily invested. with the imperial ornaments and received an oath of fidelity from the generals whose favor and protection he so lately solicited. The strongest recommendation of Jovian was the merit of his father, Count Varonian, who enjoyed an honorable retirement, the fruit of his long services in after his predecessor had expired, were to prosecute a march which could alone extricate the Romans from their actual distress. 103. For any of the ambitious qualifications which excite the admiration and envy of mankind, the comely person of Jovian, his cheerful temper, and familiar wit had gained the affection of his fellow soldiers, and the generals of both parties acquiesced in a popular election, which had not been conducted by the arts of their enemies. The pride of this unexpected elevation was moderated by the just apprehension that the same day might terminate the life and reign of the new emperor. The pressing voice of necessity was obeyed without delay, and the first orders issued by Jovian, a few hours revealed to the camp of Sapor, inspired the desponding monarch with a sudden confidence of victory. He immediately detached the royal cavalry, perhaps the 10,000 immortals. The esteem of an enemy is most sincerely expressed by his fears, and the degree of fear may danger and difficulty of the retreat be accurately measured by the joy with which he celebrates his deliverance. The welcome news June 27th, July 1st, of the death of Julian, which a deserter 104 to second and Roman army, though incessantly exposed to the vexatious support the pursuit and discharged the whole weight of his united forces on the rear guard of the Romans. The rear guard was thrown into disorder. The renowned legions, which derived their titles from Diocletian and his warlike colleague, were broke and trampled down by the elephants, and 3. Annoyed the wearied legionaries, and a body of cavalry which had penetrated with desperate courage through the Praetorian Gate was cut in pieces after a doubtful conflict near the imperial tent. In the succeeding night, the camp of Carja was protected by the lofty dikes of the river, and the tribunes lost their lives in attempting to stop the flight of their soldiers. The battle was at length restored by the persevering valor of the Romans. The Persians were repulsed with a great slaughter of men and elephants, and the army, after marching and fighting a long summer's day, arrived in the evening at Samarra on the banks of the Tigris, about 100 miles above Ctesiphon. 105. On the ensuing day, the barbarians, instead of harassing the march, attacked the camp of Jovian, which had been seated in a deep and sequestered valley. From the hills, the archers of Persia insulted and fortune. The success of this trial disposed the emperor to listen to the promises of his architects, who proposed to construct a floating bridge of the inflated skins of sheep, oxen. Rhine and Danube should attempt the bold adventure, which might serve either as an encouragement or as a warning for the rest of the army. In the silence of the night, they swam the Tigris, surprised an unguarded post of the enemy, and displayed at the dawn of day the signal of their resolution. Pursuit of the Saracens pitched their tents near the city of Dura. 106. 4 days after the death of Julian, the Tigris was still on their left. Their hopes and provisions were almost consumed, and the impatient soldiers who had fondly persuaded themselves that the frontiers of the empire were not far distant requested their new sovereign, that they might be permitted to hazard the passage of the river. With the assistance of his wisest officers, Jovian endeavored to check their rashness by representing that if they possessed sufficient skill and vigor to stem the torrent of a deep and rapid stream, they would only deliver themselves naked and defenseless to the barbarians who had occupied the opposite banks. Yielding at length to their clamorous importunities, he consented with reluctance that 500 Gauls and Germans, accustomed from their infancy to the waters of the Imperial Army 108, and goats covered with a floor of earth and fascines 107. 2 important days were spent in the ineffectual labor, and the Romans, who already endured the miseries of famine, cast a look of despair on the Tigris and upon the barbarians, whose numbers and obstinacy increased with the distress of the successor of Julian. The Surenas himself, accompanied by another satrap, appeared in the camp of Jovian 109 and declared that the clemency of his sovereign was. In this hopeless situation, the fainting spirits of negotiation and treaty of peace, the Romans were revived by the sound of peace. The transient presumption of Caesar had vanished, he observed with serious concern that in the repetition of doubtful combats he had lost his most faithful and intrepid nobles, his bravest troops, and the greatest part of his train of elephants, and the experienced monarch feared to provoke the resistance of despair, the vicissitudes of fortune, and the unexhausted powers of the Roman Empire, which might soon advance to relieve or to revenge the toils of the enemy, expected his fate with patient resignation, and accepted the humiliating conditions of peace, which it, not averse to signify the conditions on which he would consent to spare and to dismiss the Caesar with the relics of his captive army. The hopes of safety subdued the firmness of the Romans. The emperor was compelled, by the advice of his council and the cries of the soldiers, to embrace the. From his concessions increased his demands, and wasted 4 days in the arts of negotiation, till he had consumed the stock of provisions which yet remained in the camp of the Romans. Had Jovian been capable of executing a bold and prudent measure, he would have continued his march with unremitting offer of peace, and the prefect Sallust was immediately sent, with the general Orontes, to understand the pleasure of the great king. The crafty Persian delayed under various pretenses. The conclusion of the agreement started difficulties, required explanations, suggested expedients, rested diligence. The progress of the treaty would have suspended the attacks of the barbarians, and, before the expiration of the 4th day, he might have safely reached the fruitful province of Corduan, at the distance only of 100 miles. 110. The irresolute emperor, instead of breaking through to secure the performance of the conditions. 111. Romans should forever abandon the king and kingdom of Armenia. A peace, or rather a long truce of 30 years, was stipulated between the hostile nations. The faith of the treaty was ratified by solemn oaths and religious ceremonies, and hostages of distinguished rank were reciprocally delivered. Arms, Singora, and the castle of the Moors, one of the strongest places of Mesopotamia, were likewise dismembered from the empire. It was considered as an indulgence that the inhabitants of those fortresses were permitted to retire with their effects, but the conqueror rigorously insisted that it was no longer in his power to refuse. The 5 provinces beyond the Tigris, which had been ceded by the grandfather of Sepur, were restored to the Persian monarchy. He acquired, by a single article, the impregnable city of Nisibis, which had sustained in 3 successive sieges the effort of his. As far as the Euphrates, the claims, the sophist of Antioch, who saw with indignation the weakness and disgrace of Jovian, the sceptre of his hero in the feeble hand of a Tristian successor, professes to admire the moderation of Sepur in contenting himself with so small a portion of the Roman Empire, if he had stretched of the hasty and tumultuous choice of the camp beyond the Tigris 113, in the neighborhood of the same river, at no very considerable distance from the fatal station of Dura 114, the 10,000. Of his ambition he might have been secure, says Libanius, of not meeting with a refusal, if he had fixed as the boundary of Persia the Orontes, the Cydnus, the Singaris, or even the Thracian Bosphorus. Flatterers would not have been wanting in the court of Jovian to convince the timid monarch that his remaining provinces would still afford the most ample gratifications of power and luxury. 112, without adopting in its full force this malicious insinuation, we must acknowledge that the conclusion of so ignominious a treaty was facilitated by the private ambition of Jovian, the obscure domestic, exalted to the throne by fortune rather than by merit, was impatient to escape from the hands of the Persians that he might prevent the designs of Procopius, who commanded the army of Mesopotamia, and establish his doubtful reign over the legions and provinces which were still ignorant. 115. The hands of the Persians. But if Greeks, without generals or guides or provisions, were abandoned above 1,200 miles from their native country to the resentment of a victorious monarch, the difference of their conduct and success depended much more on their character than on their situation. Instead of tamely resigning of their superiority over the barbarians in arms and discipline, they disdained to yield. They refused to capitulate. Every obstacle was surmounted by their patience, courage, and military skill, and the memorable retreat of the 10,000 exposed and insulted the weakness of the Persian monarchy, themselves to the secret deliberations and private views of a single person. The united counsels of the Greeks were inspired by the generous enthusiasm of a popular assembly, where the mind of each citizen is filled with the love of glory, the pride of freedom, and the contempt of death, conscious, as the price of his disgraceful concessions, that he continues his retreat to Nisibis. Emperor might perhaps have stipulated that the camp of the hungry Romans should be plentifully supplied. 116, and that they should be permitted to pass the Tigris on the bridge which was constructed by Mesopotamia. They endured the last extremities. Jovian presumed to solicit those equitable terms. They were sternly refused by the haughty tyrant of the East, whose clemency had pardoned the invaders of his country. The Saracens sometimes intercepted the stragglers of the march, but the generals and troops of Sepur respected the cessation of arms, and Jovian was suffered to explore the most convenient place for the passage of the river. The small vessels, which had been saved from the conflagration of the fleet, performed the most essential service. They first conveyed the emperor and his favorites, and afterwards transported in many. Drawing after them their horses attempted with various success to swim across the river. Many of these daring adventurers were swallowed by the waves. Many others who were carried along by the violence of the stream fell an easy prey to the avarice or cruelty of the wild Arabs and the laws. Successive voyages a great part of the army, but as every man was anxious for his personal safety and apprehensive of being left on the hostile shore, the soldiers who were too impatient to wait the slow returns of the boats boldly ventured themselves on light hurdles or inflated skins, and which the army sustained in the passage of the Tigris was not inferior to the carnage of a day of battle. As soon as the Romans had landed on the western bank, they were delivered from the hostile pursuit of the barbarians, but in a laborious march of 200 miles over the plains of received the generals of Mesopotamia, and the remains of a once flourishing army at length reposed. Countenances displayed their past sufferings and actual misery. A small convoy of provisions advanced to meet the army as far as the castle of Ur, and the supply was the more grateful since it declared the fidelity of Sebastian and Procopius. At Thilsafada 118, the emperor most graciously. Small measure of flour could be discovered in the camp. 20 pounds weight were greedily purchased with 10 pieces of gold. 117. The beasts of burden were slaughtered and devoured, and the desert was strewed with the arms and baggage of the Roman soldiers, whose tattered garments and meager of thirst and hunger, they were obliged to traverse a sandy desert, which, in the extent of 70 miles, did not afford a single blade of sweet grass, nor a single spring of fresh water, and the rest of the inhospitable waste was untrod by the footsteps either of friends or enemies, whenever military command in the hands of those officers who, from motives of interest or inclination, would firmly support the cause of their benefactor. 119. Themselves under the walls of Nisibis, the messengers of Jovian had already proclaimed in the language of flattery his election, his treaty, and his return, and the new prince had taken the most effectual measures to secure the allegiance of the armies and provinces of Europe by placing them after. The friends of Julian had confidently announced universal clamor against the treaty of peace, the success of his expedition. They entertained a fond persuasion that the temples of the gods would be enriched with the spoils of the East, that Persia would be reduced to the humble state of a tributary province governed by the laws and magistrates of Rome, that the barbarians would adopt the dress and manners and language of their conquerors, and that the youth of Ecbatana and Susa would study the art of rhetoric under Grecian masters. 120. The progress of the arms of Julian interrupted his communication with the empire, and from the moment that he passed the Tigris, his affectionate subjects were ignorant of the fate and fortunes of their prince. Their contemplation of fancied triumphs was disturbed by the melancholy rumor of his death, and they persisted to doubt. Redeem his pusillanimous behavior by a splendid act of patriotic perfidy. The inflexible spirit of the Roman Senate had always disclaimed the unequal conditions which were extorted from the distress of her captive armies, and, if it were necessary, people were filled with astonishment and grief, with indignation and terror, when they were informed that the unworthy successor of Julian relinquished the 5 provinces which had been acquired by the victory of Galeras, and that he shamefully surrendered to the barbarians the important city of Nisibis, the firmest bulwark of the provinces of the East. 122. The deep and dangerous question, how far the public faith should be observed when it becomes incompatible with the public safety, was freely agitated in popular conversation, and some hopes were entertained that the emperor would. They could no longer deny the truth of that fatal event. 121. The messengers of Jovian promulgated the specious tale of a prudent and necessary peace. The voice of fame, louder and more sincere, revealed the disgrace of the emperor and the conditions of the ignominious treaty. The minds of the to satisfy the national honor by delivering the guilty general into the hands of the barbarians, the greatest part of the subjects of Jovian would have cheerfully acquiesced in the precedent of ancient times. 123. Principal citizens of Nisibis who, till that fatal moment, had confided in the protection of their sovereign, threw themselves at his feet. They conjured him not to abandon, or, at least, not to deliver, a faithful colony to the rage of a barbarian tyrant, exasperated him to execute the treaty of peace. He was impatient to secure an empire at the expense of a few provinces, and the respectable names of religion and honor concealed the personal fears and the ambition of Jovian, notwithstanding the dutiful solicitations of the inhabitants, decency, as well as. But the emperor, whatever might be the limits of his constitutional authority, was the absolute. Jovian evacuates Nisibis and restores the 5 provinces to the Persians. August, master of the laws and arms of the state, and the same motives which had forced him to subscribe, now pressed. Prudence forbade the emperor to lodge in the palace of Nisibis, but the next morning after his arrival, Bynzes, the ambassador of Persia, entered the place, displayed from the citadel the standard of the great king, and proclaimed in his name the cruel alternative of exile or servitude. By the 3 successive defeats which he had experienced under the walls of Nisibis, they still possessed arms and courage to repel the invaders of their country. They requested only the permission of using them in their own defense, and as soon as they had asserted their independence, they should have viewed with an eye of compassion. 125. The martial youth deserted with indignant grief the walls which they had so gloriously defended. The disconsolate supposed that the discontent of the people might incline them to submit to the Persian government. He published an edict under pain of death that they should leave the city within the term of 3 days. Ammianus has delineated in lively colors the scene of universal despair which he seems to. Of their hopeless condition, the advocate Sylvanus was provoked to exclaim, "O Emperor, may you thus be crowned by all the cities of your dominions." Jovian, who, in a few weeks had assumed the habits of a prince. 124, was displeased with freedom, and offended with truth, and as he reasonably implored the favor of being again admitted into the rank of his subjects, their arguments, their eloquence, their tears were ineffectual. Jovian alleged, with some confusion, the sanctity of oaths, and as the reluctance with which he accepted the present of a crown of gold convinced the citizens. with a trembling multitude. The distinctions of rank and sex and age were lost in the general calamity. Everyone strove to bear away some fragment from the wreck of his fortunes, and as they could not command the immediate service of an adequate number of horses or wagons, they were obliged to. His victory, and this ignominious peace, has justly been considered as a memorable era in the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. The predecessors of Jovian had sometimes relinquished the dominion of distant and unprofitable provinces, but since the foundation, mourner dropped a last tear over the tomb of a son or husband, which must soon be profaned by the rude hand of a barbarian master, and the aged citizen kissed the threshold and clung to the doors of the house where he had passed the cheerful and careless hours of infancy. The highways were crowded. Colony soon recovered its former splendor and became the capital of Mesopotamia 126. Similar orders were dispatched by the emperor for the evacuation of Singara and the castle of the Moors, and for the restitution of the 5 provinces beyond the Tigris. Sipor enjoyed the glory and the fruits of. Leave behind them the greatest part of their valuable effects. The savage insensibility of Jovian appears to have aggravated the hardships of these unhappy fugitives. They were seated, however, in a new-built quarter of Amida, and that rising city, with the reinforcement of a very considerable. Of the city, the genius of Rome, the god Terminus, who guarded the boundaries of the Republic, had never retired before the sword of a victorious enemy. 127. Whose worship he had restored, while the invectives of the Christians pursued the soul. After Jovian had performed those engagements, reflections on the death which the voice of his people might have tempted him to violate, he hastened away from the scene of his disgrace and proceeded with his whole court to enjoy the luxury of CMt&x 128, without consulting the decades. Corpse of Julian was transported from Nisibis to Tarsus in a slow march of 15 days, and as it passed through the cities of the east, was saluted by the hostile factions with mournful lamentations and clamorous insults. The pagans already placed their beloved hero in the rank of those gods. Of religious zeal, he was prompted by humanity and gratitude to bestow the last honors on the remains of his deceased sovereign 129, and Procopius, who sincerely bewailed the loss of his kinsman, was removed from the command of the army under the decent pretense of conducting the funeral. The obscure hand of some mortal or immortal champion of the faith. 132. Such imprudent declarations were eagerly adopted by the malice or credulity of their adversaries. 133. Who darkly insinuated of the apostate to hell and his body to the grave. 130. One party lamented the approaching ruin of their altars, the other celebrated the marvelous deliverance of the church. The Christians applauded in lofty and ambiguous strains the stroke of divine vengeance, which had been so long suspended over the guilty head of Julian. They acknowledged that the death of the tyrant at the instant he expired beyond the Tigris was revealed to the saints of Egypt, Syria, and Cappadocia. 131. And instead of suffering him to fall by the Persian darts, their indiscretion ascribed the heroic deed to the suspicions are unsupported by fact or argument. and we can only esteem the generous zeal of the sophist of Antioch for the cold and neglected ashes of his friend 135, or confidently asserted that the governors of the church had instigated and directed the fanaticism of a domestic assassin 134. Above 16 years after the death of Julian, the charge was solemnly and vehemently urged in a public oration, addressed by Libanius to the Emperor Theodosius, his. It was an ancient custom in the funerals as in funeral of Julian, well as in the triumphs of the Romans, that the voice of praise should be corrected by that of satire and ridicule, and that in the midst of the splendid pageants, which displayed the glory of the living or of the dead, their imperfections should not be concealed from the eyes of the world. 136. This custom was practiced in the funeral of Julian. The comedians who resented his contempt and aversion for the theatre exhibited with the applause of a Christian audience the lively and exaggerated representation. Reasonable wish that the disciple of Plato might have reposed amidst the groves of the Academy 139, while the soldier exclaimed in bolder accents that the ashes of Julian should have been mingled with those of Caesar in the field of Mars and among the ancient, was degraded into a priest. The purity of his virtue was sullied by excessive vanity. His superstition disturbed the peace and endangered the safety of a mighty empire, and his irregular sallies were the less entitled to indulgence as they appeared to be the laborious efforts of art, or even of the faults and follies of the deceased emperor. His various character and singular manners afforded an ample scope for pleasantry and ridicule. 137. In the exercise of his uncommon talents, he often descended below the majesty of his rank. Alexander was transformed into Diogenes, the philosopher. Affectation. The remains of Julian were interred at Tarsus in Cilicia, but his stately tomb, which rose in that city on the banks of the cold and limpid Cydnus 138, was displeasing to the faithful friends who loved and revered the memory of that extraordinary man. The philosopher expressed a very Monuments of Roman Virtue 140. The history of princes does not very frequently renew the example of a similar competition. Close printed quarter pages. The Abbé de la Blotterie Vie de Jovin, Tom. I. p. 241-393, has more happily expressed the spirit as well as the sense of the original, which he illustrates with some concise and curious notes. 2. Spenning, in his preface, has most learnedly discussed the etymology. Seas and lands to the east of Cape Comorin were known to the Romans. 1. Under the reign of Claudius, a freedman who farmed the customs of the Red Sea was accidentally driven by the winds upon this strange and undiscovered coast. He conversed 6 months with the natives and the king of Ceylon, neighborhood of China. 7. These embassies had been sent to Constantius. Amminus, who unwarily deviates into gross flattery, must have forgotten the length of the way and the short duration of the reign of Julian. 8. Gothus sep follicis et perfidos host square se miliars abat. Illis. Origin. Resemblance and disagreement of the Greek satyrs, a dramatic piece which was acted after the tragedy, and the Latin satires from Satiro, a miscellaneous composition. either in prose or verse. Yet the Caesars of Julian are of such an original cast that the critic is perplexed to which furnish charioteers, Tyre and Berytus, comedians, Caesarea, pantomimes, Heliopolis, singers, Gaza, gladiators, Ascalon, wrestlers, and Castavola, rope dancers. See the Exposition Totes Mundi, p. 6, in the third tome of Hudson's Minor Geographers. 13. Antony had felt the Persian arose, and that the Romans in a war of 300 years had not yet subdued the single province of Mesopotamia or Assyria. Khizrs, p. 324. 10. The design of the Persian War is declared by Ammianus, Xe. 7. 12. Libanius, Ora, Paran, c. 7980, p. 305. In non-Latin alphabet, the people of Antioch ingeniously professed their attachment to the Chi Christ and the Kappa Constantius. Julian in Misophagon, p. 357. 14. The Schism of Antioch, which lasted 85 years, A.D. 330–415, was inflamed while Julian resided in Epistles Xviae edit. Wolf of Libanius himself, 26. Near 2,000 of his letters, a mode of composition in which Libanius was thought to excel, are still extant and already published. The critics may praise their subtle and elegant brevity. Jedder, Bentley, Dissertation upon Phalaris, p. To quote as the work of a sage and a friend. 16. Nunquam a proposita declinabat, Galli similis fratris licet incruentus. Amen. Xe. 14. The ignorance of the most enlightened princes may claim some excuse, but we cannot be satisfied with Julian's own defense in Misophagon, p. 368, 369, Orthe. Antocime Grecias Heliopolitan quendam Alexandrum Syrica jurisdictiona praefacit, turbulentum et servum, Disbatcunon illum mirus sit intercensibus averis et contumelius hudgismoded judicum convener. Amen. Xe. 2. Libanius Epist. 722. p. 346, 347, who confesses to Julian. First years of the present century. See Arbuthnot's tables of coins, weights, and measures, p. 88, 89, Plen, Hist, Natter, Zvae, 12, Mem, de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom, Xvae, p. 718–721, Smith's Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Vol. I, p. 246. This last I am proud. Penitent City of Antioch. 24. Libanius, Orat, Parent, c. 5, p. 230, 231, 25. Eunuchus reports that Libanius refused the honorary rank of Praetorian Prefect as less illustrious than the title of Sophist in Vit. Sophist, p. 135. The critics have observed a similar sentiment in one of them. Tarentum had expatiated the insult to the Roman ambassadors. 20. On the subject of the Misophagon, see Ammianus Xe. 14. Libanius Orat, Parentalis c. 6, p. 323. Gregory Nagiensen Orat, p. P133, and The Chronicle of Antioch by John Miller, Tom. A. P1516. I have essential. 27. His birth is assigned to the year 314. He mentions the 76th year of his age, A.D. 390, and seems to allude to some events of a still later date. 28. Leibniz has composed the vain, prolix, but curious narrative of his own life. Tom. I. P. 184. Edit. Moral. Of this famous sophist, 29. From Antioch to Lidarbe on the territory of Chalcis, the road over hills and through morasses was extremely bad, and the loose stones were cemented only with sand. Julian, Epist. It is singular enough that the Romans should have neglected the great earliest opportunity of acknowledging my obligations to M. Danville for his recent geography of the Euphrates and Tigris, Paris 1780 in Forte, which particularly illustrates the expedition of Julian. 35. There are 3 passages within a few miles of each other. 1. Zegma, celebrated by a suspicion that Hierapolis had been the royal seat of the Assyrians. 32. Julian Epist. Kept a regular account of all the fortunate omens, but he suppresses the inauspicious signs which Amminus 2 has carefully recorded. 33. Julian Epist. P. 399-402. 34. I take that, from which I have obtained much Oriental knowledge concerning the ancient and modern geography of Syria and the adjacent countries. 37. C. Sinophen. Sauropode. L. I. P. 189. Edit. Hutchinson. Artavasdes might have supplied Mark Antony with 16 horse, armed and disciplined after the Parthian, or related with some mixture of fable. Zosimus L. I. P. 102. Tillement Hist. Des Emperors Tom. F. P. 198. It is almost impossible that he should be the brother Frater Germanus of an eldest and posthumous child, nor do I recollect that Amminus ever gives him that title. 47. See the applauded by Tillement Hist. Des Emperors Tom. F. P. 534. And even by Le Bleuterie, Vi de Julian. P. 413. 31. See the curious treatise De Duceri inserted among the works of Lucian. Tom. I. P. 451-490. Edit. Writes. The singular appellation of Nanus Vetus Emian. Civ. 8. Might induce communication between Antioch and the Euphrates. See Wessling. Itinerar. P. 190. Berger Hist. Des Grands. Schimens. Tom. A. P. 130. Julian alludes to this incident, Epist. Which is more distinctly related by Theodoric. L. A. C. 22. The intolerant spirit of the father is, which Eunapis P. 130-135 has left a concise and unfavorable account among the moderns. Tillement Hist. Des Emperors Tom. F. P. 571-576. Fabrices Bibliat. Greg. Tom, A. P. 378-414. And Lardner, Heathen Testimonies, Tom, F. P. 127-963, have illustrated the character and writings. Menor, Plutarch and M. Antonio, Tom, V. P. 117-38. Moses of Choin Ist, Ammonite, L. I. C. 11. P. 242. 6 is his accession, A.D. 354, to the 17th year of Constantius, 39. Emian, X. 11. Athanasius, Tom, I. P. 856, says in general terms that Constantius gave his brother's widow M. In non-Latin alphabet, rein est vocula rei, a maxim which should be inscribed on the desk of every rhetorician. 68. Libanius alludes to the most powerful of the generals. I have ventured to name Sallust. Amminus says of all the leaders, quod erimet terrated juices. Disposition is ascribed to the wise Nestor in the 4th book of the Iliad, and Homer was never absent from the mind of Julian. 71. Persis terror subitum miscuant, versisque adminibus totis gentis, apertus cathesi pontis portis victor miles intracet, ni major praeterum acacia fuset, quam cura. Concordi precet fere prohiber tenterant. 69. Hinc imperator. Says Amminus ips cum levis o metere auxilis per prima postra mica discurrens, see yet Zosimus, his friend, does not allow him to pass the river till 2 days after the battle. 70. Secundum Homericum dispositionem. A similar historian imputes the refusal of peace to the advice of Maximus. Such advice was unworthy of a philosopher, but the philosopher was likewise a magician who flattered the hopes and passions of his master. 77. The arts of this new Sopirus Greg, Nationsen, Ora, If P. 115-116. Me derives some credit from the testimony of 2 abbreviators, Sextus Rufus and Victor, and the casual hints of Libanius Orat, parent, c. 134, p. 357, and Amminus Xif. 7. The course of genuine history is interrupted by a most unseasonable chasm in the text of Amminus 78. See Amminus Xif. 7. Libanius 99-82. Recollect the successful and applauded rashness of Agathocles and Cortes who burned their ships on the coasts of Africa and Mexico. 83. See the judicious reflections of the author of the essay Sur la Tactique, Tom, I. P. 287-353, and the learned remarks of M. Gichard, Nauviog. Saiva fames adorat. Miles agit, todo sens non prodigus emit. Exigum serum. Prov locre polida tabes. Non dist prolita jeginas venditur ora. Si Gurchart now vox memoires militaires, Tom, I. P. 379-382. His analysis of the 2 campaigns in Spain and Africa is the noblest monument that has ever been raised to the fame of Caesar. (118) M. Denthal see his maps and leave freight at La Tiger P9293, traces their march and assigns the true position of Hatra, and Thilsafata, which Aminus has mentioned. He does not complain of the Samuel, the deadly hot wind which Thethanot voyages part I.L.I.P. His people, I have never found much delight or instruction in such political metaphysics. 124. At Nisibis he performed a royal act. A brave officer, his namesake, who had been thought worthy of the purple, was dragged from supper, thrown into a well, and stoned to death without any form of trial. Valesiana, p. 845. Ex Joan Antechena. 123. The Abbé de l'Obliterae Hist. de Jovian, Tom. I. p. 212-227. Though a severe casuist has pronounced that Jovian was not bound to execute his promise, since he could not dismember the empire nor alienate, without their consent, the allegiance of Gratissimus emis et liquidus, sed ad perpetuandum gloriam recta factorum praeterlamber Tiberis intersecans urbem aeternam, divorumque veterum monumenta praestringens. Amiens. XV. 10. In non-Latin alphabet, this dark and ambiguous expression may point to Athanasius, the first without a rival of the Christian clergy Libanius de Ulcis. Joel, Nice c. 5. p. 149. L'Obliterae Hist. de Jovian, Tom. I. p. 179. 135. The Order Fabricis, Biblia. Greek. Tom. Vi. p. 145-179. Scatters suspicions, demands an inquiry, and insinuates that proofs might still be obtained. He describes the success of the Huns to the criminal neglect of revenging Julian's death. 136. At the funeral of Vespasian, the comedian who personated that frugal emperor anxiously honors of Constantius, whose body was chaunted over Mount Taurus by a choir of angels. 138. Quintus Curtius, L.I.C. 4. The luxuriancy of his descriptions has been often censured, yet it was almost the duty of the historian to describe a river whose waters had nearly proved fatal to Alexander. Inquired how much it cost £80,000, Centes give me the 10th part of the sum, and throw my body into the Tiber, Sutum, in Vespasian, c. 19, with the notes of Casaubon and Gronovis. 137. Gregory Gorat, Iv. p. 119-120. Compares this supposed ignominy and ridicule to the funeral. 139. Libanius, Orat, Parent, c. 156. p. 377. Yet he acknowledges with gratitude the liberality of the two royal brothers in decorating the tomb of Julian at Elsis. Joel, Nis, c. 7. p. 152. 140. Cujus suprema et sinus sici tant just consulerit non sednus viter dibert quambus. Chap. Manners of the pastoral nations, progress of the Huns from China to Europe, flight of the Goths, They pass the Danube, Gothic War, defeat and death of Valens. Gratian invests Theodosius with the Eastern Empire, his character and success, peace and settlement of the Goths. War. Never since the formation of the globe been exposed to the sun, but the tide soon returned with the weight of an immense and irresistible deluge, which was severely felt on the coasts of Sicily, of Dalmatia, of Greece, and of Egypt. Large boats were transported and lodged on the roofs of houses of the Mediterranean were left dry by the sudden retreat of the sea. Great quantities of fish were caught with the hand. Large vessels were stranded on the mud, and a curious spectator one amused his eye, or rather his fancy, by contemplating the various appearance of valleys and mountains, which had, in the second year of the reign of Valentinian and Valens, on the morning of the 21st day of July, the greatest part of the Roman earthquakes, at d. 365, July 21st, world was shaken by a violent and destructive earthquake. The impression was communicated to the waters, the shores. At the distance of 2 miles from the shore, the people with their habitations were swept away by the waters, and the city of Alexandria annually commemorated the fatal day on which 50,000 persons had lost their lives in the inundation. This calamity, the report of which was magnified from one province to another, astonished and terrified the subjects of Rome, and their affrighted imagination enlarged the real extent of a momentary evil. They recollected the preceding earthquakes, which had subverted the cities of Palestine and Bithynia. They considered these alarming strokes as connected by an invisible chain with the moral and metaphysical opinions of the human mind, and the most sagacious divines could distinguish according to the color of their respective prejudices that the establishment of heresy tended to produce an earthquake, or that a deluge was the prelude only of still more dreadful calamities, and their fearful vanity was disposed to confound the symptoms of a declining empire and a sinking world too. It was the fashion of the times to attribute every remarkable event to the particular will of the deity. The alterations of nature were the inevitable consequence of the progress of sin and error. Without presuming to discuss the truth or propriety of these lofty speculations, the historian may content himself with an observation, which seems to be justified by experience, that man has much more to fear from the passions of his Scythia and Germany, the invasion of the Huns and Goths at d. 376. Huns precipitated on the provinces of the west the Gothic nation, which advanced in less than 40 years from the Danube to the Atlantic, and opened a way by the success of their arms. His fortune is exposed to the rage of war. In the disastrous period of the fall of the Roman Empire, which may justly be dated from the reign of Valens, the happiness and security of each individual were personally attacked, and the arts and labors of ages were rudely defaced by the barbarians of Europe, who amused their own leisure and exercised the courage of their subjects in the practice of the military art. But the laws and manners of modern nations protect the safety and freedom of the vanquished soldier, and the peaceful citizen had seldom reason to complain that his life, or even fellow creatures, than from the convulsions of the elements. 3. The mischievous effects of an earthquake, or deluge, a hurricane, or the eruption of a volcano. bear a very inconsiderable proportion to the ordinary calamities of war, as they are now moderated by the prudence or humanity of the princes. Emigrations to the inroads of so many hostile tribes more savage than themselves. The original principle of motion was concealed in the remote countries of the north, and the curious observation of the pastoral life of the Scythians 4, or Tartars 5, will illustrate the latent course of these destructive themselves and to each other. The uniform stability of their manners is the natural consequence of the imperfection of their faculties, reduced to a similar situation. There, the different characters that mark the civilized, the pastoral manners of the Scythians or Tartars, nations of the globe, may be ascribed to the use and the abuse of reason, which so variously shapes and so artificially composes the manners and opinions of an European or a Chinese. But the operation of instinct is more sure and simple than that of reason. It is much easier to ascertain the appetites of a quadruped than the speculations of a philosopher, and the savage tribes of mankind, as they approach nearer to the condition of animals, preserve a stronger resemblance to this observation. I shall now proceed to consider a nation of shepherds and of warriors. 8. The immense plains of Scythia or Tartary have been inhabited by vagrant tribes of hunters and shepherds whose indolence refuses to cultivate the earth, and whose restless spirit disdains the confinement of a sedentary life. In every age, the Scythians and Tartars have been renowned for. Historian is forcibly awakened from a pleasing vision, and is compelled with some reluctance to confess that the pastoral manners which have been adorned with the fairest attributes of peace and innocence are much better adapted to the fierce and cruel habits of a military life. To illustrate their invincible courage and rapid conquests, the thrones of Asia have been repeatedly overturned by the shepherds of the north, and their arms have spread terror and devastation over the most fertile and warlike countries of Europe. 6. On this occasion, as well as on many others, the sober wants, their desires, their enjoyments still continue the same, and the influence of food or climate, which in a more improved state of society is suspended or subdued by so many moral causes, most powerfully contributes to form and to maintain the national character of barbarians in every of similar and native manners. 8. In the 3 important articles of I, their diet, I, their habitation, and I, their exercises, the narratives of antiquity are justified by the experience of modern times. 7. And the banks of the Borysthens, of the Volga, or of the Silingro will indifferently present the same uniform spectacle. Common association of carnivorous and cruel deserves to be considered in any I, the corn or even the rice which constitutes diet. The ordinary and wholesome food of a civilized people can be obtained only by the patient toil of the husbandman. Some of the happy savages who dwell between the tropics are plentifully nourished by the liberality of nature, but in the climates of the north a nation of shepherds is reduced to their flocks and herds. The skillful practitioners of the medical art will determine, if they are able to determine, how far the temper of the human mind may be affected by the use of animal or of vegetable food, and whether grass is quick and luxuriant, and there are few places. Refinement are exhibited in their naked and most disgusting simplicity in the tent of a Tartarian shepherd. The ox or the sheep are slaughtered by the same hand from which they were accustomed to receive their daily food, and the bleeding limbs are served with very little preparation on other light than that of an innocent, perhaps a salutary, prejudice of humanity 9. Yet if it be true that the sentiment of compassion is imperceptibly weakened by the sight and practice of domestic cruelty, we may observe that the horrid objects which are disguised by the arts of European, necessary for the subsistence of our troops, must be slowly transported by the labor of men or horses, but the flocks and herds which accompany the march of the Tartars afford a sure and increasing supply of flesh and milk in the far greater part of the uncultivated waste, the vegetation of the table of their unfeeling murderer, in the military profession, and especially in the conduct of a numerous army. The exclusive use of animal food appears to be productive of the most solid advantages. Corn is a bulky and perishable commodity, and the large magazines, which are indispensably the most grateful present, have died of disease. Horse flesh, which in every age and country has been proscribed by the civilized nations of Europe and Asia, they devour with peculiar greediness, and this singular taste facilitates the success of their military operations. The active cavalry of Scythia is always followed in their most distant and rapid incursions by an adequate number of spare horses who may be occasionally used either to redouble the speed or to satisfy the hunger of the barbarians. Many are the resources of courage and poverty when the forage round a camp of Tartars is almost consumed. They, New World, experience the alternate vicissitudes of famine and plenty, and their stomach is inured to sustain without much inconvenience the opposite extremes of hunger and of intemperance. So extremely barren that the hardy cattle of the north cannot find some tolerable pasture, the supply is multiplied and prolonged by the undistinguishing appetite and patient abstinence of the Tartars. They indifferently feed on the flesh of those animals that have been killed for the table, or slaughter the greatest part of their cattle and preserve the flesh, either smoked or dried in the sun. On the sudden emergency of a hasty march, they provide themselves with a sufficient quantity of little balls of cheese, or rather of hard curd, which they occasionally dissolve in water, and this unsubstantial diet will support for many days the life and even the spirits of the patient warrior. But this extraordinary abstinence, which the Stoic would approve and the hermit might envy, is commonly succeeded by the most voracious indulgence of appetite. The wines of a happier climate are, or the most valuable commodity that can be offered to the Tartars, and the only example of their industry seems to consist in the art of extracting from mare's milk a fermented liquor, which possesses a very strong power of intoxication. Like the animals of prey, the savages, both of the old and animated by mutual support and emulation, the houses of the Tartars are no more than small tents of an oval form which afford a cold in the ages of rustic and martial simplicity, habitations, a people of soldiers and husbandmen are dispersed over the face of an extensive and cultivated country. and some time must elapse before the warlike youth of Greece or Italy could be assembled under the same standard either. Corrupt the habits of the military life, the pastoral manners of the Scythians seem to unite the different advantages of simplicity and refinement. The individuals of the same tribe are constantly assembled, but they are assembled in a camp, and the native spirit of these dauntless shepherds is to defend their own confines or to invade the territories of the adjacent tribes. The progress of manufactures and commerce insensibly collects a large multitude within the walls of a city, but these citizens are no longer soldiers, and the arts which adorn and improve the state of civil society is of so frail a texture that dirty habitation for the promiscuous youth of both sexes. The palaces of the rich consist of wooden huts of such a size that they may be conveniently fixed on large wagons and drawn by a team perhaps of 20 or 30 oxen. The flocks and herds, after grazing all day in the adjacent pastures, behind some convenient eminence against the winds, which are chilled in their passage over the bleak and icy regions of Siberia. These manners are admirably adapted to diffuse among the wandering tribes the spirit of immigration and conquest, the connection between the people and their territory. War. The choice of stations is regulated by the difference of the seasons. In the summer, the Tartars advance towards the north and pitch their tents on the banks of a river, or at least in the neighborhood of a running stream. But in the winter they return to the south and shelter their camp. Art. As soon as the forage of a certain district is consumed, the tribe, or rather army of shepherds, makes a regular march to some fresh pastures and thus acquires in the ordinary occupations of the pastoral lives the practical knowledge of one of the most important and difficult operations of retire on the approach of night within the protection of the camp. The necessity of preventing the most mischievous confusion in such a perpetual concourse of men and animals must gradually introduce in the distribution, the order and the guard of the encampment. The rudiments of the military is attributed to the height of the plains which rise especially towards the east, more than half a mile above the level of the sea, and to the quantity of salt water with which the soil is deeply subsistence or a less formidable enemy. The revolutions of the north have frequently determined the fate of the south, and in the conflict of hostile nations, the victor and the vanquished have alternately drove and been driven from the confines of China to those of Germany. 10. These great may be broken by the slightest accident. The camp, and not the soil, is the native country of the genuine Tartar. Within the precincts of that camp, his family, his companions, his property are always included, and in the most distant marches he is still surrounded by the objects which are dear, or valuable, or familiar in his eyes: the thirst of rapine, the fear or the resentment of injury, the impatience of servitude have, in every age, been sufficient causes to urge the tribes of Scythia boldly to advance into some unknown countries where they might hope to find a more plentiful. Emigrations which have been sometimes executed with almost incredible diligence were rendered more easy by the peculiar nature of the climate. It is well known that the cold of Tartary is much more severe than in the midst of the temperate zone might reasonably be expected. This uncommon rigor. Wagons and their cattle, the smooth and hard surface of an immense plain, impregnated 11. in the winter season, the broad and rapid rivers that discharge their waters into the Euxine, the Caspian, or the Icy Sea are strongly frozen. The fields are covered with a bed of snow, and the fugitive or victorious tribes may securely traverse with their families there, without dismounting from there. The pastoral life compared with the labors exercises of agriculture and manufactures is undoubtedly a life of idleness, and as the most honorable shepherds of the Tartar race devolve on their captives the domestic management of the cattle, their own leisure is seldom disturbed by any servile and assiduous cares, but this leisure, instead of being devoted to the soft enjoyments of love and harmony, is usefully spent in the violent and sanguinary exercise of the chase. The plains of Tartary are filled with a strong and serviceable breed of horses, which are easily trained for the purposes of war and hunting. The Scythians of every age have been celebrated as bold and skillful riders, and constant practice had seated them so firmly on horseback that they were supposed by strangers to perform the ordinary duties of civil life, to eat, to drink, and even to sleep. Steeds. They excel in the dexterous management of the lance. The long Tartar bow is drawn with a nervous arm, and the weighty arrow is directed to its object with unerring aim and irresistible force. These arrows are often pointed against the harmless animals of the desert, which increase and the subsistence and even luxury of a Tartar camp. But the exploits of the hunters of Scythia are not confined to the destruction of timid or innoxious beasts. They boldly encounter the angry wild boar when he turns against his pursuers, excite the sluggish courage of the bear, and provoke the fury of the tiger as he slumbers in the thicket. Where there is danger there may be glory, and the mode of hunting, which opens the fairest field to the exertions of valor, may justly be considered as the image and as the school of war. The general hunting matches, the pride and delight of them, multiply in the absence of their most formidable enemy, the hare, the goat, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the stag, the elk, and the antelope. The vigor and patience both of the men and horses are continually exercised by the fatigues of the chase, and the plentiful supply of game contributes to. Tartar princes compose an instructive exercise for their numerous cavalry. A circle is drawn of many miles in circumference to encompass the game of an extensive district, and the troops that form the circle regularly advance towards a common center, where the captive animals surrounded on every chase serve as a prelude to the conquest of an empire. 12 side are abandoned to the darts of the hunters. In this march, which frequently continues many days, the cavalry are obliged to climb the hills, to swim the rivers, and to wend through the valleys without interrupting the prescribed order of their gradual progress. They acquire the habit of directing their eye and their steps to a remote object, of preserving their intervals, of suspending or accelerating their pace according to the motions of the troops on their right and left, and of watching and repeating the signals of their leaders. Their leaders study in this practical school the most important lesson of the military art, the prompt and accurate judgment of ground, of distance, and of time, to employ against a human enemy the same patience and valor, the same skill and discipline, is the only alteration which is required in real war, and the amusements of the generations. The political society of the ancient Germans' government has the appearance of a voluntary alliance of independent warriors. The tribes of Scythia, distinguished by the modern abolition of hordes, assume the form of a numerous and increasing family, which in the course of the result of union oppressed and collected the divided forces of the has been propagated from the same original stock. The meanest and most ignorant of the Tartars preserve with conscious pride the inestimable treasure of their genealogy, and whatever distinctions of rank may have been introduced by the unequal distribution of pastoral wealth, they mutually fictitious, but the useful prejudice which has obtained the sanction of time and opinion produces the effects of truth. The haughty barbarians yield a cheerful and voluntary obedience to the head of their blood, and their chief, or Mirza, as the representative of their great father, exercises the respect themselves and each other as the descendants of the first founder of the tribe. The custom, which still prevails, of adopting the bravest and most faithful of the captives, may countenance the very probable suspicion that this extensive consanguinity is in a great measure legal, and by superior force or mutual consent. But the constant operation of various and permanent causes contributed to unite the vagrant hordes into national communities under the command of a supreme head. The weak were desirous of support, and the strong were ambitious of dominion. The power, which is authority of a judge in peace and of a leader in war. In the original state of the pastoral world, each of the Moses, if we may continue to use a modern appellation, acted as the independent chief of a large and separate family, and the limits of their peculiar territories were gradually fixed. Those contributions amounts to the tithe of both of their property and of their adjacent tribes, and as the vanquished were freely admitted to share the advantages of victory, the most valiant chiefs hastened to range themselves and their followers under the formidable standard of a confederate nation. The most successful of the Tartar princes assumed the military command, to the blood of the founder of the monarchy, and at this moment all the Khans who reign from Crimea to the wall of China are the lineal descendants of the renowned Genghis XIII. But as it is the indispensable duty of a Tartar sovereign to lead his warlike subjects into the field, the claims of an infant are often disregarded, and some royal kinsman, distinguished by his age and valor, is entrusted with the sword and scepter of his predecessor. Two distinct and regular taxes are levied on the tribes to support the dignity of their national monarch and of their peculiar chief, and each of to which he was entitled by the superiority either of merit or of power. He was raised to the throne by the acclamations of his equals, and the title of Khan expresses, in the language of the north of Asia, the full extent of the regal dignity. The right of hereditary succession was long confined. The ambitious monarch who reviewed the strength must consult the inclination of an armed people, the rudiments of a feudal government, national council. The Kurultai 14, or Diet of the Tartars, was regularly held in the spring and autumn, in the midst of a plain where the princes of the reigning family and the Mirzas of the respective tribes may conveniently assemble on horseback with their martial and numerous trains, and spoil A Tartar sovereign enjoys the 10th part of the wealth of his people, and as his own domestic riches of flocks and herds increase in a much larger proportion, he is able plentifully to maintain the rustic splendor of his court, to reward the most deserving or the most favored of his. The horror of a civilized people, but the power of a despot has never been acknowledged in the deserts of Scythia. The immediate jurisdiction of the Khan is confined within the limits of his own tribe, and the exercise of his royal prerogative has been moderated by the ancient institution of a force, and to obtain from the gentle influence of corruption the obedience which might be sometimes refused to the stern mandates of authority, the manners of his subjects, accustomed, like himself, to blood and rapine, might excuse in their eyes such partial acts of tyranny as would excite, may be discovered in the constitution of the Scythian or Tartar nations, but the perpetual conflict of those hostile nations has sometimes terminated in the establishment of a powerful and despotic empire. The victor, enriched by the tribute, and fortified by the arms of dependent kings, has spread his conquests over Europe or Asia. The successful shepherds of the north have submitted to the confinement of arts, of laws, and of cities, and the introduction of luxury, after destroying the freedom of the people, has undermined the foundations of the throne. 15. Of Thrace, as far as the frozen Mede is, the seat of eternal winter, and Mount Caucasus, which in the language of poetry was described as the utmost, derived from their intercourse with the learned and civilized nations of the south, the Greeks, the Persians, and the Chinese. The Greeks, who navigated the Euxine and planted their colonies along the sea coast, made the gradual and imperfect discovery of Scythia from the Danube and the confines. The memory of past events cannot long be situation and extent of Scythia or Tartary, preserved in the frequent and remote emigrations of illiterate barbarians. The modern Tartars are ignorant of the conquests of their ancestors. 16. And our knowledge of the history of the Scythians is invincible spirit of the same boundary of the earth. They celebrated with simple credulity the virtues of the pastoral life. 17. They entertained a more rational apprehension of the strength and numbers of the warlike barbarians. 18. Who contemptuously baffled the immense armament of Darius, the son of Hystaspes. 19. The Persian. Towards the Caspian Sea, the long and memorable quarrel of Iran and Tauran is still the theme of history or romance. The famous, perhaps the fabulous, valour of the Persian heroes, Rustin and Asfendar, was signalized in the defense of their country against the Afrasiabs of the north. 20. And the monarchs had extended their western conquests to the banks of the Danube and the limits of European Scythia. The eastern provinces of their empire were exposed to the Scythians of Asia, the wild inhabitants of the plains beyond the Oxus and the Jaxartes, two mighty rivers which direct their course. Of accurate and contemporary, clouded by ignorance or perplexed by fiction, but those inaccessible regions are the ancient residence of a powerful and civilized nation. 22, which ascends, by a probable tradition, above 40 centuries. 23, and which is able to verify a series of near 2,000 years by the perpetual testimony. Barbarians resisted on the same ground the victorious arms of Cyrus and Alexander. 21. In the eyes of the Greeks and Persians, the real geography of Scythia was bounded on the east by the mountains of Hamas or Kaf, and their distant prospect of the extreme and inaccessible parts of Asia was easily, or so accurately, measured, but from the 40th degree, which touches the wall of China, we may securely advance above 1,000. Historians 24, the Annals of China 25 illustrate the state and revolutions of the pastoral tribes, which may still be distinguished by the vague appellation of Scythians or Tartars, the vassals, the enemies, and sometimes the conquerors of a great empire, whose policy has uniformly opposed the blind and impetuous valor of the barbarians of the north. From the mouth of the Danube to the Sea of Japan, the whole longitude of Scythia is about 110 degrees, which in that parallel are equal to more than 5,000 miles. The latitude of these extensive deserts cannot be so. The want of horses and oxen is imperfectly supplied by the use of reindeer and of large dogs, and the conquerors of the earth insensibly degenerate into a race of deformed and diminutive savages who tremble at the sound of arms 26 miles to the northward, till our progress is stopped by the excessive cold of Siberia. In that dreary climate, instead of the animated picture of a Tartar camp, the smoke which issues from the earth, or rather from the snow, betrays the subterraneous dwellings of the Tanghouses and the Simrius, chiefs who assumed the appellation of Tanzhou. The Huns, who under the reign of Valens, original seat of the Huns, threatened the Empire of Rome, had been formidable in a much earlier period to the Empire of China 27. Their ancient, perhaps their original, seat was an extensive, though dry and barren, tract of country immediately on the north side of the Great Wall. Their place is at present occupied by the 49 hordes or banners of the Mongols, a pastoral nation which consists of about 200,000 families. 28. But the valor of the Huns had extended the narrow limits of their dominions, and their conquests in Scythia gradually became the conquerors, and be transferred, with much more sovereigns of a formidable empire, towards the east. Their victorious arms were stopped only by the ocean, and the tribes, which are thinly scattered between the Amur and the extreme peninsula of Korea, adhered with reluctance to the standard of the Huns. On the west, near the head of the contradict their vanity, they might securely achieve a real or imaginary conquest of the frozen regions of Siberia. The northern sea was fixed as the remote boundary of their empire, but the name of that sea on whose shores the patriot Savu embraced the life of a shepherd and an exile 31 may, by the strange connection of human events, the flight of one of those vagrant tribes recalled the victorious Parthians from the invasion of Syria. 30. On the side of the north, the ocean was assigned as the limit of the power of the Huns, without enemies to resist their progress, or witnesses to Irtish, and in the valleys of Amos, they found a more ample space and more numerous enemies. One of the lieutenants of the Tanzhou subdued in a single expedition 26 nations, the Igors 29. Distinguished above the Tartar race by the use of letters, were in the number of his vassals, and probability to the Baikal, a capacious basin, above 300 miles in length, which disdains the modest appellation of a lake. 32. and which actually communicates with the seas of the north by the long course of the Angara, the Tomaska, and the Genesee, the submission of so many distant. Dexterity with which they managed their bows and their horses, by their hardy patience in supporting the inclemency of the weather, and by the incredible speed of their march, which was seldom checked by torrents or precipices, by the deepest rivers or by the most lofty mountains. Nations might flatter the pride of the Tanjo, but the valor of the Huns could be rewarded only by the enjoyment of the wealth and luxury of the Empire of the South. In the 3rd century before the Christian era, a wall of 1,500 miles in length was constructed to defend the frontiers of China against the inroads of the Huns. 33. But this stupendous work, which holds a conspicuous place in the map of the world, has never contributed to the safety of an unwarlike people. The cavalry of the Tanju frequently consisted of 200,000 or 300,000 men, formidable by the matchless. They spread themselves at once over the face of the country, and their rapid impetuosity surprised, astonished, and disconcerted the grave, and their wars with the Chinese and Christ. 201. Elaborate tactics of a Chinese army. The emperor counted 34, a soldier of fortune whose personal merit had raised him to the throne, marched against the Huns with those veteran troops which had been trained in the civil wars of China. But he was soon surrounded by the barbarians, and after a siege of 7 days, the monarch, hopeless of relief, was reduced to purchase his deliverance by an ignominious announced on every side the approach of the Huns. The Chinese troops, who slept with the helmet on their head and the cuirass on their back, were destroyed by the incessant labor of ineffectual marches. 35. A regular payment of money and silk was stipulated as the condition. Capitulation. The successors of Kodik, whose lives were dedicated to the arts of peace or the luxury of the palace, submitted to a more permanent disgrace. They too hastily confessed the insufficiency of arms and fortifications. They were too easily convinced that while the blazing signals of a temporary and precarious peace, and the wretched expedient of disguising a real tribute under the names of a gift or a subsidy, was practiced by the emperors of China as well as by those of Rome. But there still remained a more disgraceful article of tribute, which violated the sacred. Haughty Tanjus was secured by their marriage with the genuine, or adopted, daughters of the imperial family, which vainly attempted to escape the sacrilegious pollution. The situation of these unhappy victims is described in the verses of a Chinese princess who laments that she had been condemned by her parents to a distant exile under a barbarian husband who complains that for milk was her only drink, raw flesh her only food, a tent her only palace, and who expresses in a strain of pathetic simplicity the natural wish, while they consider their own women as the instruments of domestic labor. Their desires, or rather their appetites, are directed to the enjoyment of more elegant beauty. A select band of the fairest maidens of China was annually devoted to the rude embraces of the Huns. 36. And the alliance of the feelings of humanity and nature, the hardships of the savage life, which destroy in their infancy the children who are born with a less healthy and robust constitution, introduce a remarkable disproportion between the numbers of the two sexes. The Tartars are an ugly and even deformed race, and that she were transformed into a bird, to fly back to her dear country, the object of her tender and perpetual regret. 37. These losses, however, were compensated by splendid and decisive success. The Chinese generals. The conquest of China has been twice achieved. Decline and fall of the Huns by the pastoral tribes of the north. The forces of the Huns were not inferior to those of the Moguls or of the Manchus, and their ambition might entertain the most sanguine hopes of success, but their pride. Limits of the monarchy were enlarged from the great river of Kiang to the port of Canton. Instead of confining himself to the timid operations of a defensive war, his lieutenants penetrated many hundred miles into the country of the Huns, in those boundless deserts where it is impossible to form magazines and difficult to transport a sufficient supply of provisions. The armies of Vauda were repeatedly exposed to intolerable hardships, and of 140,000 soldiers who marched against the barbarians, 30,000 only returned in safety to the feet of their master, was humbled, and their progress was checked by the arms and policy of Vauda. 38. The fifth emperor of the powerful dynasty of the Han, in his long reign of 54, and Christ 141-87 years, the barbarians of the southern provinces submitted to the laws and manners of China, and the ancient improved the superiority which they derived from the temper of their arms, their chariots of war, and the service of their Tartar auxiliaries. The camp of the Tenju was surprised in the midst of sleep and intemperance, and, though the monarch of the Huns bravely cut his way through the ranks of the perplexity of a civil war, at length compelled the Tenju himself to renounce the dignity of an independent sovereign, and the freedom of a warlike and high-spirited enemy, he left above 15,000 of his subjects on the field of battle. Yet this signal victory, which was preceded and followed by many bloody engagements, contributed much less to the destruction of the power of the Huns than the effectual policy which was employed to detach the tributary nations from their obedience, intimidated by Christ. 70. The arms, or allured by the promises of Vauda and his successors, the most considerable tribes, both of the east and of the west, disclaimed the authority of the Tenju, while some acknowledged themselves the ulis or vassals of the empire. They all became the implacable enemies of the Huns, and the numbers of that haughty people, as soon as they were reduced to their native strength, might perhaps have been contained within the walls of one of the great and populous cities of China. 39. The desertion of his subjects and the between 40 and 50,000 families, he obtained, with the title of Tanzhou, a convenient territory on the verge of the Chinese provinces, and his constant attachment to the service of the pronounced in his own name and in the name of his successors a perpetual oath of fidelity, and gratefully accepted a seal which was bestowed as the emblem of his regal dependence. After this humiliating submission, the Tenju sometimes departed from their allegiance and seized the favorable nation. He was received at Saigon, the capital of the monarchy, by the troops, the mandarins, and the emperor himself, with all the honors and Christ. 51. That could adorn and disguise the triumph of Chinese vanity. 40. A magnificent palace was prepared for his reception. His place was assigned above all the princes of the royal family, and the patience of the barbarian king was exhausted by the ceremonies of a banquet, which consisted of 8 courses of meat and of 9 solemn pieces of music, that he performed on his knees the duty of a respectful homage to the Emperor of China. Moments of war and rapine, but the monarchy of the Huns gradually declined, till it was broken by civil dissension into 2 hostile and separate kingdoms. One of the princes of the nation was at d. 48, urged by fear and ambition to retire towards the south with 8 hordes, which composed years, was utterly destroyed before the end of the 1st century of the Christian era. 43. Empire was secured by weakness and the desire of revenge. From the time of this fatal schism, the Huns of the north continued to languish about 50 years, till they were oppressed on every side by their foreign and domestic enemies. The proud inscription 41 of a column, erected on a lofty mountain, announced to posterity that a Chinese army had marched 700 miles into the heart of their country. The CMt&x 42, a tribe of Oriental Tartars, retaliated the injuries which they had formerly sustained, and the power of the Tanjus, after a reign of 9300, to renounce their peculiar name and origin, and to mingle with the victorious nation of the CMt&x. 58 hordes, about 200,000 men, ambitious of it. The fate of the vanquished Huns was diversified their emigrations at d. 100 c. by the various influence of character and situation. 44. Above 100,000 persons, the poorest indeed, and the most pusillanimous of the people, were contented to remain in their native country. Improved by the mildness of the climate and their long residence in a flourishing province. 46, which might. The course of their immigration soon carried them beyond the mountains of Amas and the limits of the Chinese geography. But we are able to distinguish the 2 great divisions of these formidable exiles, which directed their march towards the Caucasus and towards the Volga. The first of these colonies, the White Huns of Sogdiana, established their dominion in the fruitful and extensive plains of Sogdiana on the eastern side of the Caspian, where they preserved the name of Huns with the epithet of Euthalites or Nephilites. Their manners were softened, and even their features were insensibly more honorable. Servitude, retired towards the south, implored the protection of the emperors of China, and were permitted to inhabit and to guard the extreme frontiers of the province of Chansa and the territory of Ordos. But the most warlike and powerful tribes of the Huns maintained in their adverse fortune the undaunted spirit of their ancestors. The Western world was open to their valor, and they resolved, under the conduct of their hereditary chieftains, to discover and subdue some remote country which was still inaccessible to the arms of the CMt&x and to the laws of China. 45. Heroses or Phyros displayed the moderation as well as the valor of the barbarians, the second division of their countrymen, the Huns of the Volga. The Huns who gradually advanced towards the still retain a faint impression of the arts of Greece. 47. The White Huns, a name which they derived from the change of their complexions, soon abandoned the pastoral life of Scythia. Gorgo, which under the appellation of Charism has since enjoyed a temporary splendor, was the residence of the king who exercised a legal authority over an obedient people. Their luxury was maintained by the labor of the Sogdians, and the only vestige of their ancient barbarism was the custom which obliged all the companions, perhaps to the number of 20, who had shared the liberality of a wealthy lord, to be buried alive in the same grave 48. The vicinity of the Huns to the provinces of Persia involved them in frequent and bloody contests with the power of that monarchy, but they respected, in peace, the faith of treaties, in war, the dictates of humanity, and the memorable victory over her. The return of those wandering Tartars northwest were exercised by the hardships of a colder climate and a more laborious march. Necessity compelled them to exchange the silks of China for the furs of Siberia. The imperfect rudiments of civilized life were obliterated, and the native fierceness of the Huns was exasperated by their. Of the whole nation, as late as the 13th century, their transient residence on the eastern banks of the Volga was attested by the name of Great Hungary 49. In the winter, they descended with their flocks and herds towards the mouth of that mighty river, and their summer excursions reached as intercourse with the savage tribes who were compared with some propriety to the wild beasts of the desert. Their independent spirits soon rejected the hereditary succession of the Tenjis, and while each horde was governed by its peculiar Marsa, their tumultuary council directed the public measures. High as the latitude of Sardov, or perhaps the conflux of the Kama, such at least were the recent limits of the Black Kalmucks 50, who remained about a century under the protection of Russia and who have since returned to their native seats on the frontiers of the Chinese Empire. The March and whose united camp consists of 50,000 tents or families, illustrate the distant emigrations of the ancient Huns 51. It is impossible to fill the dark interval of their conquest of the Eleni, time which elapsed after the Huns of the Volga were lost in the eyes of the Chinese and before they shewed themselves to those of the Romans. There is some reason, however, to apprehend that the same force, formidable neighborhood, and the flight of the tribes of Scythia would inevitably tend to increase the strength or to contract the territories of the Huns. The harsh and obscure appellations of those tribes would offend the ear without informing, which had driven them from their native seats, still continued to impel their march towards the frontiers of Europe. The power of the CMt&x, their implacable enemies, which extended above 3,000 miles from east to west 52, must have gradually oppressed them by the weight and terror of flesh, and their southern inroads were pushed as far as the confines of Persia and India. The mixture of Semitic and the understanding of the reader, but I cannot suppress the very natural suspicion that the Huns of the north derived a considerable reinforcement from the ruin of the dynasty of the south, which in the course of the 3rd century submitted to the dominion of China, that the bravest warriors were diffused over the wide extent of their conquests, and the painted tribes of the Agathyrsa and Giloni were confounded among their vassals. Towards the north, they penetrated into the frozen regions of Siberia, among the savages who were accustomed, in their rage or hunger, to the taste of human. Transported to the west of the Volga, and they boldly advanced to invade the country of the Alani, a pastoral people who occupied or wasted an extensive tract of the deserts of Scythia. The plains between the Volga and the Tinez were covered with the tents of the Alani, but their name and manners marched away in search of their free and adventurous countrymen, and that as they had been divided by prosperity, they were easily reunited by the common hardships of their adverse fortune. 53. The Huns, with their flocks and herds, their wives and children, their dependents and pulleys, were colony of exiles found a secure. German blood had contributed to improve the features of the Alani, to whiten their swarthy complexions, and to tinge their hair with a yellowish cast which is seldom found in the Tartar race. They were less deformed in their persons, less brutish in their manners than the Huns, but they did not yield to those formidable barbarians in their martial and independent spirit, in the love of freedom, which rejected even the use of domestic slaves, and in the love of arms, which considered war and rapine as the pleasure and the glory of mankind. A naked scimitar fixed in the ground was the only military power of the Huns, and the Alani encountered each other with equal valor, but with unequal success. The Huns prevailed in the bloody contest. The king of the Alani was slain, and the remains of the vanquished nation were dispersed by the ordinary alternative of flight or submission. 55. Objects of their religious worship, the scalps of their enemies formed the costly trappings of their horses, and they viewed with pity and contempt the pusillanimous warriors who patiently expected the infirmities of age and the tortures of lingering disease. 54. On the banks of the Tinez, Hey Fungmadents ready to vibe and thrive, let's get this party lit. Turn up the volume, darling, let's make those speakers dance. Turn it up to babe, let's vibe louder than a hype train. darling him more like a legendary skin. No worries him, a literal goddess sleep is for mortals, stream queen. I'm all about that Jinx life, big boy explosive plays and killer vibes. Slaying it like a boss, honey %. Sure, just beat me in a vie bestiale. Hey ambient, what's poppin', ready to vibe with this streamer queen? Just vibe in with that big D energy, you feel me?